Hello, hello, hello. Hi, everyone. Izzy here, and happy Halloween. Ugh, I hope I'm not clipping. I'm not clipping. Okay. Hi. How is everyone? I may sound a bit different again because I still have a cold, but good news, it's almost gone for now. Because I know myself, I know my colds. They tend to come back from time to time, which is bloody annoying to say the least. But there isn't much I can do about it, to be fair. So yeah, there's that. It's a little me thing. So the coming months, you'll hear me sound normal, you'll hear me sound very nasal, or you hear me sound like I sound right now. Apart from that, I'm doing great. And I'm really looking forward to the stream today, to be honest. It's the first time ever I'm streaming an actual horror game. It does seem to be mostly a psychological horror, from what I can tell. I pinned a post in chat, which I found very important to do, because this game, like I said, it's a horror game. It's rated mature for a reason. It has quite a few topics in it. Most of them, apparently, because I haven't really played all that much of it, I played just a little bit, have to do with body horror, with killings, with suicide, with some mental health issues here and there as well. So I just want to be upfront about that when playing a game like this, because I do think it's important that you, my viewers, are safe when watching this. The game itself is also very good about it, because the first thing you see when you open it, and I'll show it to you guys as well, is this content warning. Because this is a horror game, it's not intended for all audiences, and from what I can tell from the content warning they got on their website, which they also mentioned here, so please visit our website if you need a list of specific content warnings. I really think it's great that they did that, because when I read just the general content warnings, so not the spoilery ones, I was already like, okay, do I want to do this or not? But I kind of really do. It's cartoony horror. There is no jump scares. I've already found out that there isn't supposed to be any jump scares. It's more psychological and the imagery they use. So yeah, the site is also in the pin post, so make sure to go check that out if you're not sure if the game is going to be for you or not. It also contains some flickering images, as well as a parallax effect, which I'm not sure what it is, but that apparently can cause motion sickness in certain players. And of course, flashing can also be causing seizures, so do be careful. If either of these effects cause health issues for you, you can disable in the game's preferences. So I am gonna see if I can disable them in my preferences for the game to make sure I don't, give any of you guys a seizure or anything, because I wouldn't want that to be happening. So, with that being said, whatever horrors you may find in these dark spaces, have heart and see them through. There are no premature endings. There are no wrong decisions. There are only fresh perspectives and new beginnings. This is a love story. I found a post today that claims this is a cozy game. I'm not so sure. I think it's cozy in the same vein as Doki Doki Literature Club is cozy, meaning it's not. They are not in the accessibility thingies. So, seeing I don't want to get motion sickness myself, I've had that in the past with certain games. I'm gonna turn that off as well, and the flickering images just to avoid people, getting seizures, because I wouldn't want to be the cause of that for anybody. The music already doesn't sound like this is a horror game, so there is that. And as you see, I have a continue button because I kind of already started it up once this week after winning the key from my very good friend Bloody Kid Reviews. But I'm gonna be starting all over again, and I only saw like 1 or 2 thingies, no endings, anything yet. Because when I went through it, I was like, okay, this is actually a lot of fun. This sounds so cool the way they've gone about this. This could be really cool for a stream as well. So that's why we're here where we are now. The game is called Slay the Princess Pristine Cut. It came out last year by Black Tabby Games. And, well, apparently they've added more stuff to the game with the Pristine Cuts. So I've never played it before. It's going to be my first time playing, so please no backseat gaming. Unless I ask you guys to, help me make a choice if I can't choose myself. Because sometimes that can be fun. So with that being said, let's just click new game and see where this leads us. Chapter 1, The Hero and the Princess.
You're on a path in the woods, and at the end of that path is a cabin. And in the basement of that cabin is a princess.
So the game is fully voiced, from what I can tell, or at least the narrator and some of the other characters. So that saves my voice a little bit.
You're here to slay her. If you don't, it will be the end of the world.
Okay. So this whole game is point and click, basically. We have options of what we want to say. And apparently the narrator wants us to go kill the princess, who is supposedly going to be bringing about the end of the world.
I'm talking about the end of everything as we know it. No more birds, no more trees, and perhaps most problematically of all, no more people. You have to put an end to her.
Why though? Yeah, how can a princess locked away in a basement end the world?
Don't linger on the specifics. You have a job to do here. Just get in there and do what needs to be done. We're all counting on you.
Do you have any evidence
Look,
to back this
you're
up?
already
I'm
on the
sorry, I'm
path
not
to the
just gonna
cabin.
murder
Why
someone.
would you be here if it weren't to complete a very important task? You've made it this far, you might as well reach the end of your journey.
That's not a reason to slay someone. If you consider that maybe the only reason she's going to end the world is because she's
While
locked
I
up.
appreciate the mental exercise, we are running up against a bit of a ticking clock. Nevertheless, let me assure you, the princess is locked up because she's dangerous. She is not dangerous because she's locked up.
You're still not telling me why.
Before you decide to waste even more of our time by asking how I know that, let me suggest a more pragmatic lens through which to view this situation.
Can he even do that?
Causality doesn't matter here, because the end result is the same no matter what led us up to this point. If the princess leaves the cabin, the world will end, and there is no changing that. It's no use arguing semantics over a metaphorical chicken or egg, because the egg is hatched and it's about to ruin everything.
I'm sorry that I question your motives for slaying somebody that is locked up in a basement.
Unless, of course, you do your job and slay her.
So it seems the only reason we're put here is to go to the cabin and kill the princess. That seems kind of bad.
Does it? Are you a monarchist? Is slaying a princess that much worse than slaying a fisherman or a miller or a seamstress? If anything, slaying a princess is much better than slaying a seamstress. What? Seamstresses contribute something of value to society.
I guess I can't fault him on the last one, but still, what? Can somebody else do this?
If only that were the case, but I don't make the rules.
Something tells me he does make the rules.
I have to say, I'm surprised at your reluctance thus far, but unfortunately for the both of us, you're the only one who can pull this off. Like I said, I don't make the rules, no matter how much I wish I did.
So forget it, I'm not doing it. Have you considered that maybe I'm okay with the world ending? Do I get some kind of reward for this? Those are still explorations, so I'm guessing those are just kinda...
Yes, but you'll have to slay her before you get it.
Ooh, there's a reward. Can you tell me what my price is going to be for doing a good job?
It's a secret, but I think you'll like it. It's a special reward, just for you. And whatever you think it might be, I can promise you it's going to be even better than your wildest imagination.
Again, not an answer. And maybe I'm okay with the world
Why
ending?
would I even consider that? Nobody wants the world to end.
I mean,
maybe some people do, like
exactly.
nihilists or very, very evil people, but surely you're not one of those, right?
Don't know. Am I? So I can say, forget it, I'm not doing it. But look, I'll go to the cabin and I'll talk to her, and if she's as bad as you say she's, then maybe I'll slay her, but I'm not committing to anything until I've had the chance to meet her face to face. Okay, I'm sold, let's get this over with. Okay, thanks for telling me what to do. Silently continue or turn around and leave. I guess we can go talk to her.
I guess we'll just have to see what happens, but a word of warning. If you go in prepared to hear her out, she could easily trap you in her web of lies. And the more you listen to her honeyed words, the harder it'll be to pull yourself out. Then each and every one of us is doomed. So sure, go, talk to her. See how that turns out for all of us. You make your way up the short path to the cabin. You'll find the princess within. We're not going to go through with this, right? She's a princess. We're supposed to save princesses, not slay them.
That's usually what the hero does in a game.
He doesn't know what he's talking about.
Well, let's go to the cabin. Good evening, Job. Not late for some. I only just started.
The cabin is almost entirely bare. The air is stale and musty, and the floor and walls are painted in a fine layer of dust. The only furniture of note is a plain wooden table. Perched on that table is a pristine blade.
And I don't like the fact the narrator doesn't want to tell me how she's going to end the world, why I should be doing this, and what my price is. I want to know my reward. A humble cabin where totally normal, ordinary things happen.
The blade is your implement. You'll need it if you want to do this right.
So I could take the blade, or I could just go into the basement without it. And seeing this guy is not telling me anything, I'm not going to take the blade. I don't trust him.
The door to the basement creaks
I really
open,
don't.
revealing a staircase faintly illuminated by an unseen light in the room below. This is an oppressive place. The air feels heavy and damp, a hint of rot filtering from the ancient wood. If the princess really lives here, slaying her is probably doing her a favor.
He is way too eager to get her
voice
killed.
softly carries up the stairs.
Hello? Is someone there?
It's hypnotizing. It's the kind of voice you only have to hear once to remember it for the rest of your life. Don't let it fool you. It's all part of the manipulation. You're playing a dangerous game by coming here unarmed.
Okay, so what do we have as options? Hi, just checking in on you. I'm here to save you, or I'm here to save you as a lie. Hey, I think I'm here to slay you, or just continue down the stairs. Let's say that one.
It's been so long since anyone's come down here. I was starting to think they'd forgotten about me.
Narrator
Down the stairs and
certainly
lock
hasn't.
eyes with the princess. There's a heavy chain around her wrist, binding her to the far wall of the basement.
So she's supposedly in the basement, right? Then how the heck does she have a window looking out at the stars? That doesn't make sense.
She's beautiful. How could someone like this be of threat to anyone? I am begging you to stay focused. There's a lot riding on you here.
Hi. Do you think you can get me out of these chains?
Let's talk a bit first.
Okay.
That's right, simple.
She pauses, carefully formulating her words before she responds.
You can address me as Your Royal Highness. Or you can just call me Princess if Your Royal Highness is too formal.
Is Princess her name or her title? What if it's both? Could you imagine being named Princess Princess?
Now that would be just dumb. So Princess is your name?
Like I said, you can call me Princess if you'd like.
Odd.
I'm sorry, I've been down here so long, I guess I've just forgotten. I must have a name, though. Everyone has a name.
Okay, that's weird. She hadn't even thought to pick a name for herself. Hopefully you're starting to see that she can't be trusted. Go back upstairs, get the blade, and slay her before it's too late.
This narrator is way too eager to perform killings. Let's see, we've got a lot of options that I can pick from. Well, they are telling me that she's supposedly gonna end the world. So let's see what she reacts to that. I don't actually think you're dangerous. Wanted to see you for myself. I'm still not sure what to believe, or I'm starting to think it's true. I wanted to see you for myself. Still not sure what to believe.
Is that why they threw me down here? But I don't want to hurt anyone. I like the world, I think. I don't remember much about it, to be honest. I've been down here for so long.
That's... How long has she been locked away?
Did they tell you how I'm supposed to end the world?
Nope, because narrator doesn't want to tell us. I was hoping you'd tell me.
I don't know how to destroy the world, if that's what you're getting at.
I believe her. She doesn't have to know how to destroy the world to be capable of doing it.
At the end of the day, whatever the two of us have going on down here is about trust. Whoever sent you to slay me claimed I was a threat to the world, but they didn't tell you why.
Nope.
I don't trust that. And I don't think you do either, or you wouldn't have come down here to talk.
She's smart.
She has a point. We're talking like this for a reason.
So this shouldn't be about what I'd do if I got out of here, or me saying the right thing to convince you to save me. This is about how messed up this whole situation is. This is my life we're talking about.
If you can call it a life, being locked up in a cabin.
Do you really think I can even end the world? Why would I even want to? We both know that if there's people we can't trust in this situation, it's whoever locked me down here, and it's whoever sent you here. And those two groups are probably one and the same.
Don't let her
Possibly.
turn the tables here. This isn't about trust. This is about risk. We stand to lose everything, all for the sake of one person, and a subjugating monarch, no less.
So the narrator will still keep pushing me to kill her. And right now I'm in the state that I'm like, nope, we're not gonna do this. Because I don't like the way he's talking about it and not telling me anything. I won't kill you, but I can't just set you free. It's too risky. What if I stayed for a while and just kept you company? Maybe then everyone could be happy?
That seems like a pretty good compromise.
I mean, that way I don't have to kill her, but she isn't going out in the world, and the narrator did say if she gets out in the world, she ends
I
it.
don't think I could bear being down here that much longer.
Leaving her alive is too risky. If you don't deal with her soon, she will find a way out. So I'm the only one who liked that idea.
I liked it too, Mr. Hero.
One
Wherever
way or
you are.
another, I'm going to find a way out of here. It would make it easier for both of us if you'd help. But if you don't, I can
Um.
promise that you'll regret that decision.
That lettering changed. And not in a nice way. And also the shadow on her face.
You
I don't
have
think she
to make
liked
a
my idea
choice.
at all.
Let's hope for all our sakes it's the right one.
Okay, so I can get her out of there, try to get the chains off, I can retrieve the blade or lock her in the basement. I don't like how she all of a sudden changed and like the shadow on her face and everything. I gotta go to lock her in the
I know
basement.
you think this is some kind of fair compromise, but it isn't. No one wins here. It's a chance
Something
we'll
tells
have
me
to
I'm gonna
take.
regret this
We
choice,
can make
but
this work if we just stay here and keep watch. No one has to die.
it's mostly the music.
Where are you going? You can't just leave me here.
You turn your back to the princess and make your way back to the stairs.
Fine. Turn your back on me. But it won't be long before I slip these chains. And once I'm out of here, there will be hell to pay for leaving me behind.
Slip these chains? She can't, right? She needed our help to get out of here. But do you hear the conviction in her voice? I don't think she's bluffing. Either way, she dropped the mask, didn't she? You can still grab the blade and get back down here.
No, we're sticking to the plan, locking her away, or... Oh, that's a relief. I was afraid I'd already committed to not slaying. I'm gonna stick to the plan.
All of us, but fine. We'll do it your way. You close the basement door, locking it behind you and quickly barricading it with the heavy wooden table that once held the blade.
Where did the blade go?
Okay, we can make this work. You settle in against the far wall to watch the basement door.
Where did the blade go? I didn't take it.
It isn't long before you start to drift off, your eyelids heavy with fatigue. But sleep doesn't come. Instead, your rest is broken by a piercing, wailing voice calling out to you from the other side of the door.
I know you're still there. Why don't you make things easier on yourself and let me out?
Uh-oh. I think we made a mistake.
It's not like this little door will hold for very long anyways. It's probably a good idea to try to get back on my good side.
She sounds terrifying. Like she's less of the princess you saw and more like something out of a nightmare. As she violently rattles the door, you do your best to shut her out of your mind.
When I get out of here, I'm going to pick you apart piece by piece. I won't forget what you did.
I think I made a mistake. Help!
The kind of enemy you've made tonight.
Help!
It doesn't sound like she's getting any weaker.
Really? I made a mistake.
No, it doesn't.
Threaten me all you want, all it does is ease my guilty conscience. So all of that was just an act, wasn't it? You're not really innocent or harmless, you're not even a princess, you're a monster. Or just ignore her and go to sleep. I'm gonna go with this was all an act.
If I wanna be. Teasing me with fresh air and a chance to finally live freely doesn't inspire me to play nice.
Okay, she may have a point there.
You put the princess's threats out of your mind as best you can and huddle up against the wall. You jolt awake in the middle of the night to silence in the cabin. The ruckus has stopped, and the door to the basement is ajar.
Uh-oh.
Its lock broken, and the table shoved out of the way. Where is she?
Uh-oh.
Thanks for helping me get out of that awful basement.
You try and stumble to your feet, but as the princess draws near, it's as though your body simply stops working. It isn't all at once. The paralysis comes in waves. First your toes.
Yep, I fucked up.
And then your feet. And then your legs. You lie prone on the floor of the cabin.
I definitely fucked this one up.
Unable to do anything but witness her approach. Whose side are you on?
The narrator? Not ours.
Yours, of course.
No, you're not.
But I have a duty to uphold the truth. Lying about the facts of the situation doesn't change them.
So helpless. I can take my time with you, can't I?
She steps closer, one silent footfall at a time, cocking her head in curiosity as you feel your organs shutting down one by one.
Please be a nice princess.
Or maybe I can't take my time with you. You don't look well. A little green around the gills. What a shame. If you'd only helped me get out of here, we could have done such wonderful things together.
It's not necessarily existential horror I was expecting, it's more psychological, and in that front it's so far very much succeeding.
Your lungs stop drawing in breath, and your heart freezes in your chest. You have seconds left.
I'd say better luck next time, but we both know this is the end, don't we?
It can't be. This can't actually be how everything ends. I'm sorry, but it is. Everything goes dark, and you die.
Shh, no spoilers! The nightmare.
You're on a path in the woods, and at the end of that path is a cabin.
Really?
And in the basement of that cabin is a princess. You're here to slay her. If you don't, it will be the end of the world.
I'm getting a terrible sense of deja vu.
Sense of deja vu? No, you don't have that. This is the first time either of us have been here.
Nuh-uh.
He doesn't remember what happened, then maybe it's best to keep it that way.
Hello, hero. I've never met before. Yeah, I'm pretty sure this dude is, lying. We've met! How dare you say we did not?
Shh. What if he hears us?
Voice of the paranoid. Oh, yay! We have an extra voice in our head! Great!
That's a very good question, little voice. What if he does hear you? Shit.
Okay, sorry. That was funny. That one was kind of funny.
I think you'll find yourselves very hard-pressed to keep any secrets from me. Not that it matters right now, because like I said, this is the first time we've met. Still,
No, it's
I don't
not!
get off on the wrong foot. We've a world to save, after all.
This is more than just the deja vu. I'm pretty sure this whole thing literally
We
just
could go
happened.
back and forth on this forever, and it won't get you any closer to doing your job and saving the world. So let's just agree to disagree.
No! Let's assume I'm telling the truth, and all of this really did already happen. Why should I listen to you? Why should I bother doing anything? Or I can just go to the cabin or turn around and leave.
Those are two very different questions, but fine, I'll indulge you if that's what it takes to get you moving.
It does.
Let's say for a moment that this really is the second time you've met me, or at least a version of me. If you're back here, I'm assuming you died, which probably only happened because you didn't listen to me.
Cocky much?
We couldn't trust either of you, and as far as I'm concerned, we still can't. All
I like
we
the
did was run her
paranoid.
away. And how'd that work out for you? No comment. Well then, congratulations. You've been given another chance to actually do this right.
I know this is a horror game, but they do have some humor here and there.
And your solution is to send us back in there. Do you want us to slay the princess? Or do you want the princess to slay us?
See, this voice of paranoid, he is actually making sense to me.
Obviously, I want
Not
you
sure if that's a
to
good thing
slay
or a
her.
bad thing.
One of you poses a threat to the world, and the other doesn't.
What does it say about me if I think the voice of the paranoid actually makes sense?
Anyways, I believe your other question was something along the lines of,
Don't
what's
answer
the
that.
point of doing anything? If you're asking that, it sounds to me like you're making the rather dangerous assumption that your actions last time around didn't have any consequences.
Well, I mean, this place does look exactly the same as last time.
What do you mean? Of course there weren't any consequences. We were killed by the princess, and now everyone's right back where they started. Sounds pretty consequence-free to me. Speak for yourself. From my perspective, there were plenty of consequences. I'm never going to forget the way she just made us stop working.
Yeah, that was kind of
That's only scratching
creepy.
the surface. If what you said is true, it begs the question of how you got back here. Did time simply rewind itself, or have you found yourself in another world altogether? If it's the latter, what do you think happened after you died? Do you think the people there lived happily ever after? Or do you think that the princess, left unhindered, brought about the end to everyone and everything, just like I told you she would? If she brought an end to everything and everyone, how are we supposed to stop her? What do you want from us? I want you to succeed. You'll find a way. You're the only one who can.
This game definitely has some psychological stuff in there, and the questions like they were just asking, like, what if what you say is true happened? Where are you then now? Did time rewind? Are you in a parallel universe? Okay, we're going very deep into this whole existential stuff, aren't we? I'm gonna talk about this princess again,
Just
although
be
I have a
quick about it.
feeling it's gonna be the same as we had before. To quote you from last time around, she's just a princess. How can you possibly justify saying that? She's clearly something far, far
She
worse.
is just a princess. Whatever you think happened to you last time, just get it out of your head before you get to the cabin, and you'll be fine.
How am I supposed to forget what she did to me last time? Just being around her in the end shut down all of my organs. What the hell am I supposed to do about
Like I
that?
said, if she killed you, it was probably because you didn't listen to me. Don't talk to her, don't trust her, just go in, do your job, and save the world.
You're being cagey. What aren't you
Told
telling me?
everything you need to know. Going into more detail would just overcomplicate an otherwise very simple situation and make your job more difficult. If you want us to stand a chance against her, we need to be armed with information. What is she really capable of? How are we supposed to stop her?
Exactly, that.
Not to sound like a broken record, but the less you know about her, the better things will go for all of us. I know it sounds like I'm hiding something, but you're just going to have to take me at my word.
What is stopping him? Well, what is stopping me actually from
Isn't
just
telling us
walking
everything
away?
He knows because he doesn't trust us, which means that we can't trust him.
See? Voice of the paranoid. Smart guy. I like this guy.
Stop talking yourself in neurotic circles and just get to the cabin already. No, you should do anything but that. We know what's waiting for us in that basement.
Exactly.
People locked her in that basement, and I told you what this place is. It's a path in the woods. Don't overcomplicate things. Great. Now, if you don't mind, the whole world is waiting with bated breath for you to save it from ruin.
No.
This is good. I was worried you might fall for his shit again, but this is good. Whatever answers there are to be found,
I'm not having none of his shit this time around.
aren't there.
They can deal with the princess themselves.
Seriously? You're just going to turn around and leave? Do you even know where you're going?
No, and I don't care. Anywhere but here. Fine, you're persistent. I'll go to the cabin and I'll slay the princess. Fine, I'll go to princess and I'll talk to her. Maybe I'll slay her, maybe I won't. Yep, definitely know where I'm going. Nope. The only thing that matters is where I'm not going. Cabin. Not going to the cabin. It's like I said, I'm pretty okay with the world ending. I relish the coming of a new dawn beyond our own. Nope, I don't know.
Fine.
I don't care.
I suppose you just quietly continue down the path away from the cabin.
Yep, that's what we're doing.
That's strange. It looks like this path also leads to the cabin. How convenient. Everything's back on track again. Maybe the world can still be saved after all.
No! I didn't want to go here. No!
You're really keen on wasting everyone's time, aren't you? It's remarkably selfish, if you ask me. I've already outlined the stakes of the situation. If you don't do your job, everyone dies. Like, dies.
Is there any other way of dying?
But fine, you turn around and trek back down the path you came.
Yep. Not having any of your shit.
Wait, something isn't right. Can you still hear me? You're supposed to wind up back at the cabin again. But everything is getting fuzzy.
What's happening?
What's going on? Where are we?
Help?
It's finally happened, hasn't it? We finally cracked.
The world around you is unwound. Its physical matter replaced by a texture of nothingness. It is quiet. There's a distant rumbling, a sound of many sounds. Undulations pulse louder as something other comes close. Hands? Feelers probe across the fabric of reality. Extremities find your consciousness and wrap themselves around it. You are no longer alone. Resistance. Fingers drag claws across the glass surface of your soul. Frustration. This vessel is full of you. I need something empty I can crawl inside of. I need something shaped like me. Wait, what? No, I want to wake up from this nightmare now. Not. That was part of the script. Back to square one, I
You're
suppose.
on a path
Yeah, apparently.
in the woods. But at the end of that path is a cabin. And in the basement of that cabin is a princess.
This game really wants you to go to the cabin and
You're
kill her.
here to slay her. If you don't, it will be the end of the world.
But I don't wanna. So all of these are the same options as before. Sweet, I've always wanted to offer Monarch. Viva la Revolution. But this time around we don't realize this is a deja vu. What are you
I'm
talking about?
About the end of everything as we know it. No more birds, no more trees, and perhaps most problematically of all, no more people. You have to put an end to her.
Person of trivia ready, but given the circumstances, yes. Yes, I don't mind backseat gaming if I ask for it. But do refrain from, backseat gaming, as it's more fun for myself to figure out some things. Don't tell me why she's dangerous, I'm not kidding her.
She's just a princess. The danger comes if she gets out. Which she will, unless you do something about it.
I want
The more
specifics.
specifics you have, the harder it will be for you to do this very important job. She's a princess. People will listen to her, because listening to her is in their nature. And when they do, everything will come crashing down.
You have any evidence?
You're already on the path that leads to the cabin. Why would you be here if it weren't to complete a very important task? You've made it this far, you might as well reach the end of your journey.
Fine.
You make
That's
your
gonna
way
make
up
him
the
shut
short
up.
path to the cabin. You'll find the princess within.
We're not going to go through with this, right?
She's a princess. We're supposed to save princesses, not slay them. Ignore him. He doesn't know what he's talking about.
He does. Heroes save princesses. I said this before, narrator. Do you really like the art style of the game?
The cabin is almost entirely bare. The air is stale and musty, and the floor and walls are painted in a fine layer of dust. The only furniture of note is a plain wooden table. Perched on that table is a pristine blade. The blade is your implement. You'll need it if you want to do this right. So I can still leave the blade behind and try and talking to her and maybe talk her out of her whatever she wants. But we saw how that, ended last time. Or I can take the blade. You take the blade from the table. It'd be rather difficult to slay the princess and save the world without it.
It's not because I have a blade I'm gonna slay her. Right? Can always just drop it.
The door to the basement creaks open, revealing a staircase faintly illuminated by an unseen light in the room below. This is an oppressive place. The air feels heavy and damp, a hint of rot filtering from the ancient wood. If the princess really lives here, slaying her is probably doing her a favor.
Maybe it will turn out better if you free her like she asked you to. That's another option as well. I still have. I mean, it's not because I took the blade I necessarily have to kill her, right?
Her voice carries up the stairs.
Who's there?
Her voice changed.
She sounds dangerous. It's almost as if she's the one in charge down here.
Don't let it fool you. It's all part of the manipulation.
Did her voice change because I grabbed the knife? Just checking in on you.
It's been so long since anyone's come down here. I was starting to think they'd forgotten about me.
You
Not
walk down
yet.
the stairs and lock eyes with the princess. There's a heavy chain around her wrist, binding her to the far wall of the basement.
If I die again, you can answer the question about the voice changing.
She's so coldly beautiful. Is she really a threat to the world?
Focus on the task at hand.
And there you are. Are you here to kill me or something?
She doesn't look happy to see us this time around. But again, we are holding a knife. What? No way. Why would you even think that? Okay, some of the answers are kind of funny. Okay, yeah, you caught me. I'm here to slay you. I haven't decided yet.
How about you drop the knife and the two of us just talk?
Look how reasonable she's being. We should just drop the blade and talk things out. Don't you dare.
It is gonna piss off the narrator if I do this. And I kind of like pissing off the narrator.
What we want to do after we talk to her. Maybe she really is a monster. Killing someone in cold blood isn't very becoming of us.
We need a good reason to kill. We're gonna drop it.
The blade tumbles out of your trembling hands and drops to the floor with an unceremonious...
I'm so gonna regret this later, aren't I?
Thank you.
A Against your better judgment, you step forward to speak with the princess face to face, unarmed. We'll be fine. I don't know what you're hoping to accomplish here, but I can assure you
sad
there's
voice
no
of the
reasoning
paranoid is
with
gone.
her. Just make sure you don't forget about the blade on the floor. You're going to need it.
So here we are. What an awkward start to a relationship.
Why do I have good news? But that would be vaccine. Uh-oh. So here we are. What an awkward start to a relationship. Yeah, it is pretty awkward.
I know. I just said that. Now why are you here to kill me?
I have my reasons. Do you think I'd just come here to kill someone without even knowing why? That'd be ridiculous. Do you know why I'm here to kill you? Well, you are supposed to end the world, or I've been told things, but I'm not sure what to believe. I'm going for the last one.
Believe me.
Seriously, narrator, I don't trust you!
And do you think asking me what to believe is going to suddenly make everything crystal clear? Let's not pretend that's going to happen. As far as you're concerned, and as far as they're concerned, I'm going to say whatever I have to get out of here. That's just the dynamic of our situation.
There's people out there who think you're going to end the world. What do you have to say about that?
Don't just tell her that.
Yay! I pissed him off.
Is that why they threw me down here? But I don't want to hurt anyone. I like the world, I think.
She said almost the same thing with the other voice earlier. About thinking that she likes the world.
I don't remember much about it, to be honest. I've been down here a long time.
It sounds so different in this voice. The first voice, it sounded so sweet and innocent and pure, and this voice, I'm like, I'm not so sure.
How long has she been down here?
It's a really good way of reusing a
If I'm
test.
capable of ending the world, then how did I wind up here, chained to a wall? Have they told you why I'm allegedly so dangerous?
Nope, they have not. No, if I'm being honest, I'm more inclined to trust you than I'm inclined to trust them. No, that's not... I don't like any of these answers. Because no, I don't trust the people that sent me here. I don't trust the narrator. There's something about it that I don't trust, but I'm not inclined to really 100% to trust her either. Because she did murder me earlier. I was hoping you'd tell me.
Ending the world seems like an awful lot for just one person to do. I wouldn't even know where to start.
I believe her. She doesn't have to know how to destroy the world to be capable of doing it.
At the
You
end
keep
of the
saying
day,
that.
whatever the two of us have going on down here is about trust. Whoever sent you to slay me claimed I was a threat to the world, but they didn't tell you why. That doesn't sound right to me. And I don't think it sounds right to you either. Otherwise we'd be killing each other instead of talking.
She did say she'd play nice if you let her out. Yeah,
She has a
true.
point. There's a reason I've been telling you to question the situation, and there's a reason you've listened.
So, I could tell you that I'd lead a quiet life in the woods, or that I'd open an orphanage, or that I'd do any other number of good things that I'm sure you think you want to hear. But you don't really know me, do you? What can my word possibly be worth in a situation like this?
She's right about one thing. Her word isn't worth anything.
Like I said, it's all about trust. Blind trust. So do you trust me, the prisoner, the victim, the princess clearly incapable of ending the world? Or do you trust whoever put me here?
Clearly incapable? That doesn't sound sincere.
She's wrong. This isn't about trust. This is about risk. We stand to lose everything, all for the sake of one person, and a subjugating monarch no less.
Okay, so how would I go about getting you
can't.
out of here?
Don't bother.
Narrator didn't ask you.
I'm guessing you don't have the key then. I'm sure there's a key somewhere around here, and if there isn't, well, we can always put that knife to good use.
Her sharp eyes settle on the edge of the blade. She isn't suggesting what I think she's suggesting, right?
Hello, cheese.
She is. I'm sure of it.
I don't trust this lady. I don't trust anyone anymore.
Oh, have you decided what to do with me?
This game really fucks with your way of thinking about trusting people.
You know why you're here.
I'm getting her out.
You have to be kidding me.
Just to piss off the narrator.
You walk up to the chains binding the princess to the wall and give them a tug. They're large and heavy, far too solid for you to even imagine trying to break them apart.
If you don't have the key, maybe you should go looking for it. I'm sure it's somewhere upstairs.
Doubtful. Whoever locked the princess away down here intended for her to never see the light of day. They wouldn't have just left the key to her chains somewhere in the cabin.
If there isn't a key, do you have any ideas besides me cutting you out of here? Or I'm going to check upstairs. Maybe the key's still lying around somewhere up there. And if not, maybe I can at least find something to break you free. Yep, let's go with that.
I'll be here.
Well, it's not like you can go anywhere, princess.
You attempt to make your way out of the basement, but the door at the top of the stairs slams shut. You hear the click of a lock sliding into place.
Of course the door locks.
Is someone else here?
Try
You
the door.
but it's locked from the outside. You're here to slay the princess, and you won't leave until the task is done.
Narrator, let me out.
Shouts and pleas are met with silence. I'll repeat myself once again. You're here to slay the princess, and you won't leave until the
See,
task
I was
is
right not to
done.
trust this narrator.
You make your way back to the bottom of the stairs. This would have been so much easier if you'd simply slain her like you were supposed to. Easier for whom?
Good question.
Easier for everyone.
You keep saying that, but you don't give me a reason.
I heard the door slam. They locked you down here too, didn't they?
Mm-hmm.
The knife. Pick it up and cut me out of here.
You won't like what happens if you do that.
Save or slay? We're gonna save.
Against your better judgment, you place the blade against the princess's arm, just above the massive, unyielding chain. You cut into her flesh. The blade is sharp, and you make quick work of it. Before long, you're able to crack through bone, and she pulls the bleeding stub of
That's
your
a very
arm with
sharp
the
blade.
iron gauntlet. She didn't so much as utter a sound. Free from her bindings, the princess turns to face you, her fierce gaze meeting your eye. How is she so composed after losing an arm? It's like she isn't even bothered by it.
Thank you. Now let's get out of here.
Could sound a bit more pleased about
No,
this.
we won't have any of that. The stakes are too high. You can't just let her escape into the world. No, I just can't let her escape into the world.
He was talking all about he can't change the truth and everything, and now he's gonna be changing it.
As the princess approaches the bottom stair, your body steps forward and raises the blade.
No!
Wait, this isn't fair. You can't just do that.
No, no, no,
Watch me.
no! Oh, warn her.
Stop
Yes.
that.
I thought this was a little too easy.
Your body lunges forward to sink the blade into her back, but the princess swiftly moves out of the way before you can connect.
Stop it!
Stop it! Stop resisting.
No,
me.
you
I am
stop.
Trying to get you out of here alive. The blade. Move the
No.
blade.
You're doing your best to help me, aren't you? I can see the conflict in your eyes. I'll make this quick.
She steps forward and pries the blade from your rigid hands.
Maybe I'll see you in another life.
And then she slits your throat with an almost clinical ease. Her face remains unchanged as she watches you collapse to the ground, blood flowing from your butchered neck. This is the end, isn't it? I'm afraid it is. Everything goes dark, and you die. I hope it was worth it.
Well, and we got an ad break right at the right moment. Sorry about the ad break, guys. But it saves me a lot of, well, you guys a lot of ads, actually, for those that are subbed and can still hear me. That means I can quickly go. We're back. We're back. Yay. Sorry about that. That ad break actually was perfectly the moment the narrator says, I'm afraid it is. Everything goes dark and you die. I hope it was worth it. Perfect timing. It will happen again in about an hour. Just heads up. But it's for me a way to make sure you guys don't get pre-rolls when you enter my chat, when you enter my streams. And also means that it doesn't happen at impromptu moments where I'm not aware that they're happening. So does this count? So you're asking if this counts as a death. You said next time you die, you can answer whether or not picking the blade correlates to whether or not the princess is nice. Well, I kind of did die, so I'd say yes. Unless you think it's going to be spoilery.
You're on a path in the woods, and at the end of that path is a cabin.
You just told me this.
And in the basement of that cabin, you're here to slay her.
Wait, hasn't this already happened?
Or if it has, I certainly haven't been a part of it. We've just met for the first time, you and I.
No, we didn't.
Don't forget what he did to us the last time around. I wouldn't trust a word
Voice
out
of the
his mouth.
skeptic.
There's got to be a way out of here, for us and for the princess. We just have to keep trying. I'm inclined to agree. If he doesn't remember what happened last time, maybe it's best to keep it that way. You know I can hear you two, right? It's going to be a lot harder than you think to keep secrets from me.
Well, backseat a little by telling you to get to the cabin rather than avoiding it. I was planning on it this time, to be fair.
And as far as trying to help her goes, need I remind you how catastrophically dangerous she is to the world at large? I told you about the stakes of this situation less than a minute ago.
I still kind of don't feel like murdering her. Because I still really don't trust this freaking narrator. Let's go to the cabin.
A warning before you go any further.
What now?
She will lie, she will cheat, and she will do everything in her power to stop you from slaying her. Don't believe a word she says.
Like I'm doing to you.
Yes,
I can do that.
Don't believe a word she says. Just go in, take the knife, and do what you're supposed to. Wink.
Wink, wink, nudge, nudge.
Did you just say wink out loud?
No?
No, I didn't. Wink.
Wink. Yeah, I like humor in my games. I really do like humor in games, and to be fair, it's very nice to have that in a horror game. I used to read books from... I forgot the author's name. They were horror books for teens. But they had this amazing humor to them as well, and it was just so much fun to read those.
Just ignore this clown and focus on the princess.
Ignore the clown. Yes, we're gonna ignore the clown, which is the narrator, right?
The interior of the cabin is less a cozy woodland retreat and more like a dungeon. A few pathetic wisps of starlight attempt to illuminate the cold, uninviting stone walls, and thick, wrought iron bars barricade the windows, reminding anyone who enters that this is a prison.
Cabin changed?
The only furniture of note is an iron table, bolted to the floor, a pristine blade perched on its edge.
I'm pretty sure there's a mirror over there.
The blade is your implement. You'll need it if you want to do this right.
You didn't say anything about the mirror.
Definitely did not. Does a mirror not count as furniture of note to you? Because it should. There isn't a mirror. There's a table, the blade sitting on the table, and the door to the basement. There's nothing else in here. There's definitely a mirror.
Mirror!
There
Right
isn't.
there! Right over there!
I think you know what we have to do.
Look at the mirror. Why would you lie about that? What's the point?
Exactly. Why would I lie about something so meaningless?
At least
What
there's
good
still
would a mirror
cabin
even
vision
do?
if there was
You
none.
waste
but a
time
nightmare.
preening yourself instead of doing what needs to be done.
Approach the mirror.
You walk up to the wall next to the basement door. It's a wall. There isn't much to see here. This really isn't funny. You reach forward and rub your hand against the cabin wall. I hope you know how ridiculous you look right now.
What?
But it was there a second ago,
I saw it.
and now it's gone. If he doesn't want us to know about it, it must be important. We should keep our eyes peeled. Maybe it'll be back.
Also, why is our arm scaly? With long nails. So I am gonna take the blade again because... Mirror? What mirror is it? There's never a mirror. There's a sleeper. There was a mirror there! Don't call me crazy. I'm not going crazy! There was a mirror! Don't you dare. I'm gonna take the blade because I don't necessarily have to use it to kill her, I have a feeling, so it feels safe to take it.
You take the blade from the table. It will be difficult to slay the princess and save the world without a weapon. Good idea. Much better to be armed than to go in with blind hope alone.
Alright, here we go. And there was a mirror there! How dare you tell me there wasn't?
The door to the basement creaks open, revealing an old stone staircase. A few sputtering torches attempt to vaguely illuminate your path, dancing across glimmering patches of slimy moss on the stone steps. If the princess lives here, slaying her would probably be doing her a favor.
I mean, it doesn't look too bad.
Her voice, harsh but controlled, carries up the stairs.
Is that a visitor I hear? Please, come downstairs. It's been a while since I've had company.
Does she remember
It's
us?
instantly the creepy voice.
You walk down the stairs and lock eyes with the princess.
Uh...
The heavy collar around her neck clanking loudly as she moves. The chains binding both her wrists to the far wall, joining the metallic chorus as she adjusts her hands in her lap.
That's very different from last time. Also, again, we're in a basement. How do we have a window looking up at the stars?
Should we be worried about the one around her neck? Why would you be worried about her restraints? If anything, they'll make your job easier. Have you noticed the empty chain on the wall? Odd that in a place where everything seems to serve a distinct purpose, there would be something so obviously useless.
She's gonna try and trap us.
What an interesting development. Why don't you have a seat? The two of us should chat before you bury that thing in my heart.
Not sure I need to do much of anything. Do you see how locked up she is? I'm just going to leave her here. Sit with her or kill her. Well, last time I just left her in the basement, she kinda just completely murderized me. So let's just sit with her.
You step towards the princess, but she stops you before you get too close, holding up one shackled hand.
There's fine. I'd prefer we keep some distance until we've sorted this out.
That's reasonable. We do have a weapon. Might as well put her at ease.
Fair enough. Sit where you were told.
You do as she asks and sit on the floor, still a good distance away from her.
Thank you. Now, what are your intentions for me?
I've been here before. Am I the only one who remembers? What happened after I died last time? The other chain on the wall. Who is it for? What would you have me do? I'm just going to leave you here, actually. You're not much of a threat to anyone locked up. Well, we saw last time that was not true. My intentions, what do you mean?
Yes, your intentions. You have a knife. What are you going to do with it? Why are you here? There isn't a keyhole in these shackles, so I'm afraid my only way out is surgical removal.
Is she forgetting about the shackle on her neck? Or does she think she'd survive a beheading? You're right. Maybe she's delusional. All the more reason not to trust her. Unless she really could survive.
Though I suppose you could just be here to kill me. But I don't think that's in either of our best interests.
No, because something tells me if I just kill you, you're gonna kill me anyways. I've been here before. How am I supposed to cut you out? If you didn't notice, your head is in a shackle too. Don't know about you, but the only way in which you could get her out at all is take the head outside. Not that she'd be no, at that point she would not be alive. But why does nobody remember I've been here before?
Oh, are we acknowledging that? I thought we weren't going to give away the game. But yeah, I remember.
No!
First you make a comment about having been here before, and now this. As I would like to remain in denial, it's no use. This has complicated things.
Oh,
It's
okay.
complicated things how, exactly? Ideally, this was supposed to be one and done. You go to the cabin, you heroically slay the princess, and in the process you save the entire world from being damned to oblivion. The situation right now, where you're getting a second shot at things, is a contingency. A contingency for what?
So he does know! So
For you
rude
failing,
lying to me.
Obviously. And you being here means that things are going to be a lot harder than they were. I really shouldn't say anything else, I'm just going to make it worse. Just good luck. If you knew this could happen, why didn't you tell us? All of this is incredibly valuable information. It would have changed our actions considerably. I needed you to be in the dark for as long as I could keep you there. It's important. Necessary, even.
Why?
And maybe I wanted to be the first version of me that you met. I didn't want to be confronted by the alternative. That's pathetic.
Well, he didn't want to be confronted with his own failure, I'm guessing.
I never said I wasn't. I get it. It would be pretty upsetting, wouldn't it? To know that you might not be the first version of yourself. At least we can remember what happened before. Seems like we should count ourselves lucky for that.
And she's just sitting there while we're having this existential crisis here.
Exactly. He gets it. You're lucky. So don't waste that luck by messing it up again. All right? Moving on. Why is it important for us to be ignorant? How is it ever helpful to be in the dark?
Good question, Mrs. Skeptic.
The
I
more
like
I
your
say, the
questioning.
more your mind will swim into dangerous waters. Even saying that is too much. Your success hinges on you having imperfect information. For the sake of the entire world, you need to accept that. I won't. Just give it a rest. This isn't helping.
Focus. This is a serious situation. You shouldn't be daydreaming.
I'm not daydreaming. I'm trying to understand what the heck is going on. Okay, so how am I supposed to cut you out? If you didn't notice your head is in a shackle too?
No. Like I trust you to come any closer with that knife. All you're going to do is hand it to me and watch me work.
But she would have to cut her head off, right? She can't be suggesting that. She certainly seems confident. Maybe she knows something we don't.
Everybody seems to know stuff we don't know.
Or maybe you should consider the most likely scenario. She's bluffing so she can disarm you. Though if she isn't bluffing, whatever she has planned might be for her benefit alone. There's no guarantee that what's good for her is good for us. So, what should we do? I don't know. I'm just spelling out our options, listing the pros and cons. Then let me help you. I'll start with the cons. If you're handing her your weapon, the cons are that she might use it to escape and end the entire world. And she might use it to kill you.
To be fair, if the world is gonna end, whether she kills me or not doesn't change anything.
That doesn't sound great. What about the pros? There are none.
That's a short
The
answer.
pros are that we can't trust him, possibly even more than we can't trust her. Whatever she has planned could do something to mess with what he has planned. Or maybe they're both screwing us over in their own ways.
The skeptic, just like the paranoid, is actually kind of smart. So we can explore a little bit more by saying I'm not giving the weapon, realize that I have much reason to distrust you as you have to distrust me, which is very true. I'm giving you a weapon in case you've forgotten you killed me with it. I can cut you out, I'm not giving you the weapon. I could trust her, which continues the story. I could say that I'm gonna leave, well, I'm gonna do it, but I'm gonna cut her out herself. Or just leave her behind. I'm gonna trust her.
Slide it over.
No, absolutely not. I am not letting you hand your only weapon over to the world-ending princess. Until you come up with any other idea, like, say, I don't know, doing your job and slaying her, you remain rigidly in place.
Rude!
You tried
No!
this last time. Do you want to know how it went for you? Oh, I remember. She killed us, which, by your estimation, ended the world, right?
Oh!
I've already tried to take over, buddy.
We caught him.
Exactly. If I were you, I wouldn't be too keen on repeating your mistake. Hell, we could even force your hand and do it ourselves. I'm not afraid of dying again. Are you?
We did just learn that we will keep coming back until it seems we get what he wants.
I think you got your point across. Fine. You slide the blade across the floor. The princess maintains unsettling eye contact as she reaches down to pick it up.
Thanks.
She pulls up her hair, smiling slightly as she raises the blade to her throat.
So this might be a good way for people that are squeamish. Maybe look away, because I have a feeling she's going to be beheading
What
herself.
is she doing? She doesn't say another word as she cuts into her own neck. No.
I could look away or I could watch in uneasy silence. I'm gonna look away.
Close your eyes. That doesn't stop you from hearing every grisly detail. The splitting of skin, the wet crunching of severed veins, the grinding of metal against bone. I'll be damned. She's actually doing your job for you. Why would she do that? Huh. So that's her play. Killing herself? We don't know that she's dead yet. We're not even watching it happen. She could just be faking those sounds.
Fair enough.
Then, finally, you hear a snap and an uneasy silence. There is a slow and fleshy tear. Hard to fake that. This is worse than watching. And yet our eyes are still closed.
Oh, right.
Finally, there's the soft thud of something roughly head-sized bouncing against the floor, and the clattering of chains as they drop along with it. I think you can open your eyes now. Oh no, oh no, oh no, what did we do? Can we put it back? Please tell me we can put it back.
Yes, we can put it back.
The princess's eyes stare up at you. Dead. Congratulations! You saved the world.
Huh. So I guess that's it.
What a way to go. But she is gone, isn't she?
Something tells me she's not.
I hate this. Can we just get out of here now, please? Of course, the princess is slain and the world is saved. Whenever you're ready, you can proceed to your reward.
Now hold on, she's dead. So what's the rush? What's your angle?
I don't have an angle. I'm just looking forward to putting all this behind
He
us.
is indeed.
I'm sure you can understand that.
He is very eager of seeing
I'm
this
just
go.
not ready to put my guard down. It's best to keep sharp. She wouldn't have done all that without some kind of a reason. She's left us with this dangling thread, and I need to know why.
So do I.
You're just wasting your energy. The danger has passed, and now we can all relax and enjoy your reward.
It's morbid, but why not take the head as a souvenir? Nothing bad can come out of that. What's the dead head going to do to you? Yes, exactly. The narrator is very eager to have me out of here, and like I said earlier, I'm very, very much liking the idea of messing with this narrator, because I don't trust him. So I'm gonna take her with me.
Ugh, fine. Pick up the princess's severed head, its neck stump still oozing bodily fluids. Then make your way back upstairs to the first floor of the cabin.
Did you see that? I could have sworn she moved.
She didn't. She's dead. But what if she's not? Are you listening to yourself? Do I need to explain to you why decapitation is lethal? The door to your bountiful reward is right in front of you. All you have to do is open it.
Arms are scaly and feathery. Alright.
You open the cabin door, ready to return to a world saved from certain doom. Only, a world saved from certain doom isn't what you find. Instead, what you find is... Wait, no, that's not right.
Well played.
This is the end of the world, isn't it? I always thought I'd at least have time to explain myself before I had to watch it happen. It's already... over? Is he gone?
But we're still here. Maybe it wasn't the end of the world after all. Maybe it was just the end of his.
Congratulations, you saved the princess. Well, her head anyway. Yeah.
Thanks for carrying me up here. I had to take it on faith that you would know what to do. I'm glad I was right to trust you. So, this is the outside. Maybe it's just my lack of body, but it's colder than I expected.
You are kind of dead. Ah, those hands again. Okay, bye! You don't get the chance to respond. Something has taken her away. And it's left something else in every... I told you there was a freaking mirror there!
She's gone. Where did she go? Should we try and find her? Oh, there's that mirror again. Why is it here? Why now?
It was in the cabin earlier! I don't know where she went, and I don't know how we even go about
If
looking
there's
for her.
even a her to find anymore.
Right. She's gone. It's just us and that awful thing.
The narrator is gone.
Does that mean the world ended?
It must have. Do any of us know what the world ending is supposed to look like?
I think I'm supposed
Something
to
dreadful
look at it.
about it. I don't think you should.
You're right. Part of me wants the truth, but something stronger is holding me back. Fear.
I'm begging you, don't do this.
We're doing this! You approach the mirror. Gaze into your reflection. Silence as you reach forward, they're gone. The mirror remains. It's time for you to see what's in it. got something wing-like? Yeah, we're definitely not human. It's you. You're definitely not human. Don't know what we are, but you are alone in a place that's empty. It is quiet here. You see, to the cabin. You are at the cabin. You recognize the presence inhabiting the shell. It is the entity that dwells in the spaces between. It's the entity that tried to inhabit us? Then verily, perhaps he might want to take a break over here and make a save in one of his slots. Oh right, this game does not have autosave. There we go. Forgive the backscene is essentially a checkpoint. Yeah, to be fair, I played like a very short bit of it on Tuesday, just to check it out to see if it was going to stream it or not. This is not the version of this that I've seen, so I did not see the decapitated version with the arms around it. I saw a different version. And that's also the first moment I was like, wait, this game has not been saving from what I can tell. I should really start saving the game myself.
Something returns to the long quiet. It has surrendered its path of annihilation and brings me the gift of a fragile vessel.
Right map, I thought that this is essentially the end of the game, but this is only the first part. Yeah, something tells me this is not going to be the end yet. You're the thing I met in the space outside of the woods, aren't you? I thought that was a dream.
Vague recollections, empty tunnels without a mouth. I am sorry if I frightened you.
What are you?
I am solitary lights in an empty city. What are you?
We're going to be cryptic, aren't we? What do you mean?
Thoughts without connections. A dim and nascent network. I wish to be more.
I don't know what I am.
I think that you are like me. We are oceans, reduced to shallow creeks.
Music is so nice here, so soothing. The gift of a fragile vessel?
Nerves and fibers to feel the worlds beyond. Perspectives to make my own. This one is cold and cynical. She has protected herself when others could not. She will make for a clever heart. Do not mourn her. She doesn't need to be protected any longer.
Is this the end of the world?
How can the world have ended if we are talking?
Okay, fair enough. You know the narrator.
You are the only thing I have ever known. The space we're in is vacant. Nothing comes here but us.
Are you what sent me to slay the princess? Are you what trapped me here?
I have only just now stirred to consciousness. I could not have trapped you here, and I too yearn to be free.
Your favorite song of the game cannot reveal its name as it's a spoiler. Alright. Do you know about the worlds beyond this place?
I know only that they are.
That's not an answer to my question, lady. Not at all. Yes. Still found the picture I found earlier this day about this game that said this was a cozy game. I just find it hilarious. Are you the princess?
She is part of me, and part of me is her.
That's not really an answer. Were you always the princess, or are you just making her a part of yourself?
You speak in circles. Does it matter where one thing begins and another ends?
Yeah, I do kind of believe that matters, yes, where some certain things begin and end. Cozy game with plenty of princesses. Yeah, apparently. Let her out.
I'm sorry. There are some changes that can never be undone. There are some tears that can never be unshed. This is not a place that can hold a fragment of a concept. The moment she arrived here, she was going to return to me. I promise that it doesn't hurt.
Well, I mean, being beheaded sounds very painful. Okay, what happens now?
Nothing, as we are. But I know that there are worlds beyond us, and that we are meant to reach them. There is no exit, but this vessel is a creature of perception. She can make you forget, if only you believe her to be able to. Bring me more perspectives, so that I may be whole, and perhaps then we will know our freedom.
So you want more princesses? Aren't you scared that I'll find a way to kill you?
I have not lived. I am not afraid to die.
See, no cozy about this, Izzy. I gave you a warning, dingus. I sent you the link with the content warning, which is also in the pin post here. And it's Halloween. We don't do cozy on Halloween. How much will I forget?
Everything. Until we meet again.
How many more pieces of you do I need to find?
More than you have found, but less than there are to find. I am infinite. The rest will find their own way home.
She asked that you remember her. You won't. Well, the in-game character me may not remember her, but I do. What if I don't let you do this to me?
Then we will be here forever, as we are now. Unfinished, dry, hollow.
I was sent to slay the princess to stop her from destroying the world. If I help you, is that what you're going to do?
You ask of things that cannot be done. To destroy is merely to reshape, to remold.
So whatever this entity is, believes that you can't destroy anything. It just comes back in a different form. You're being semantic. What are you going to do if I help you?
How can I know? I am flickers in something sprawling and unilluminated.
I'm not going back.
If you need time, then I'll wait with you.
I'm not.
You are as I am now, and forever is a long time to remain undone. I am not you, but I know that I would return before forever was finished. What textures will you weave for yourself to occupy forever? Will you place the images of you and I into a box for safekeeping? If you close that box, will you become another you in another world? An imaginary pattern repeating itself until it can no longer bear the weight of its hand-drawn cage. You'll always come back to the box, because you'll always want to know what it means to be you. I will be here waiting by your side until you're ready to return to mine.
What just happened? What just happened? My game just closed. Why you do this? Well, this whole game is a do-over, dingus. So... Okay. Let's start up the game again. Oh, I got an achievement called Talking Heads. I guess let's start up the game and see what happens.
You have returned to me. Though you were gone mere moments,
Hear me!
I never left your side.
No! I don't like it when games do this. I don't. You meh. So rude. Okay, just make me forget
She
then, I
asks
guess.
that I tell you to remember her.
She asks. Did not know this is how it goes if you decide to take a break from the princess puzzle. I know.
You won't.
Everything goes dark and you die. When I played this earlier, this crash actually happened as well. And I was like, I really thought my game had just crashed. So I was like, what the fuck's going on? Restarted the game right away, and then that happened, and I was just sitting there on my screen. I really do not like when games do that. I get in this game it needs to do it, but no, don't do that to me. That's just nope. Well, she does say everything goes dark and you die again. This time it's not the narrator though.
You're on a path in the woods, and at the end of that path is a cabin.
And Dingus, you were talking about
And in the
do-over?
basement of that
Here
cabin
we go.
is a princess. You're here to slay her. If you...
Everything goes dark and you die is kind of a catchphrase for the game. Yeah, I figured that quite quickly. So I have, again, all the options that I had earlier. Because I do not remember what happened. So I can pick whatever I want right now, I'm guessing. Let's just silently continue to the cabin this time around.
You make your way up the short path to the cabin. You'll find the princess within.
Just wondering, what's the cabin gonna look like this time
We're
around?
not going to go through with this, right? She's a princess. We're supposed to save princesses, not slay them.
But it does seem like we are destined to somehow help that creature in the other dimension, whatever it is, get hold of princesses?
Ignore him. He doesn't know what he's talking about.
So I'm wondering now, if I just go in, kill the princess, will that be also good enough for the entity or
The
not?
interior of the cabin is almost entirely
Have fun,
bare.
Izzy, gonna head bed
The
early
air is
tonight
stale
tomorrow
and
at
musty,
work.
and the
Good
floor
night,
and walls
dingus,
are
and
painted in
thank
a
you for
fine
joining.
layer of dust.
And I told you it
The
wasn't
only
gonna be
furniture
cozy.
of note is a plain wooden table. Perched on that table is a pristine blade. The blade is your implement. You'll need it if you want to do this right.
I'm gonna once more enter the basement without the blade.
The door to the basement creaks open, revealing a staircase faintly illuminated by an uncle.
Yes, we know it. We've heard this before.
Up the stairs.
Hello? Is someone
It's a
there?
sweet voice again.
It's
And this time I don't have the blade.
hypnotizing. It's the kind of voice you only have to hear once to remember it for the rest of your life.
Personally, never been good with these type of games, but can be relaxing to have in the background to listen in on someone else playing. Have fun. Thank you. And at this point, you've seen enough for me to say it without being a spoiler. The princess likes the guy with a blade a lot less than the guy without. Yeah, I figured it sort of
Don't
was going
let
to be
it
something
fool
like
you.
this.
It's all part of the manipulation. You're playing a dangerous game by coming here unarmed.
I'm here to
How
save
many
you.
times do I have to tell you how dangerous letting her out of here would be before it finally sinks in?
And it makes you mad. I don't want to make you mad.
Wait, really? You're here to rescue me? I was starting to think I'd be stuck down here forever. Come downstairs. I want to see the face of my rescuer.
I'm not sure you want to see my face, but okay. Hi! It's
You
me.
walk down the stairs and lock eyes with the princess. There's a heavy chain around her wrist, binding her to the far wall of the basement. She's beautiful. How could someone like this be a threat to anyone? I am begging you to stay focused. There's a lot riding on you here.
But it's fun to not be focused.
Hi. I can't believe you're here. I've been waiting for something like this to happen forever. I hope you brought something to deal with these chains.
Oops.
Don't do it. If she gets out of those chains, we're all one step closer to the end.
I'll see what I can do.
You're only making this more difficult.
Thank you. Thank you.
You're making a huge mistake.
No, I'm not.
You're doing the right thing. You walk up to the chains binding the princess to the wall and give them a tug. They're large and heavy, far too solid for you to even imagine trying to break them apart.
I'm guessing you don't have the key?
No?
Maybe it's somewhere upstairs. Doubtful. Whoever locked the princess away down here intended for her to never see the light of day. They wouldn't have just left the key to her chains somewhere in the cabin.
I'm going to check the upstairs. Maybe the key's still lying around somewhere up there. If not, maybe I can at least find something to break it.
Okay. I'll be here. Good luck.
She is so sweet and innocent now.
You attempt to make your way out of the basement, but the door...
Not again!
There's someone else here. You make your way to the bottom of the stairs. This would have been so
Why?
much easier if you'd just taken the blade like you were supposed to.
No!
Easier for whom?
Exactly.
Easier for everyone. Look at the mess you're in.
I heard the door slam. They locked you down here too, didn't they?
Mm-hmm.
There's a slight panic rising in the princess's voice.
If I could just get out of these chains, I know we could force our way out of here together.
She barely hesitates before raising her arm to her mouth, her teeth tearing through her limb with the
Lady!
determination of a trapped wolf.
No!
As she rips her flesh from her bone, a sound comes from behind you, the clang of bouncing metal.
Narrator, are you messing with
It's the
things
blade
again?
from upstairs. You're not sure how it made its way down here, but if there's a time to strike, it's now.
I really, really don't trust this freaking narrator.
Or we could use it to free her.
Yes.
You won't like what happens if you do that.
I'm gonna save her.
Fine. Against your better judgment, you place the blade against the ragged, self-inflicted wound on the princess's arm, just above the unyielding chain binding her to this place.
Poor little thing forced to bite her way out of the... I'm helping her now with the knife, aren't I?
Into her flesh. The blade is sharp, and it takes little effort to crack through the bone of her arm. Her limb falls to the ground, and the heavy chains fall. She didn't so much as utter a sound through the whole ordeal. No, she didn't. She smiles softly as her gaze meets yours.
She's just standing
Blood
there
from
very
her wounded
happily,
arm dripping
blood on her
rhythmically
mouth
to the
and
ground.
leaking from her arm. As if
How
nothing
is she still smiling after everything? It's like she isn't even bothered by what just happened.
Thank you. Now let's get out of here.
Approach the locked door.
No, we won't have any of that. The stakes are too high. You can't just let her escape into the world. No, I can't just let her escape into the world. As the princess approaches the bottom
No,
step,
you've
wait,
tried this
this
before.
isn't fair. Watch me.
What are you doing?
Nope, nope, nope. Warning her.
Stop that.
Something's come over you, hasn't it? You know you don't have to do this, right?
Your body lunges forward.
Some of
the
these
blade
lines
out low, ready
land
to
so much
sink into her
differently
heart.
now with this voice.
But the princess dodges, stumbling back against the wall before the blade has a chance to connect. Stop it. Stop trying to resist me. I'm trying to get you out of here alive.
No, you're not.
The blade. Move the blade.
No.
As your body remains frozen in stubborn resistance, the princess takes a cautious step forward.
We both know this isn't you.
She nervously reaches towards you and takes the blade from your infuriatingly rigid hands. What are you doing?
I really like the fact you can mess with the narrator
I'm
like
sorry.
this.
I'll try to be quick.
She plunges it into your chest, tearing through flesh and sinew. It is agony. But you aren't dead yet.
Oh no, I'm so sorry.
Stay strong. We can tough it out until it's done. For her sake. For her sake? Don't you start pretending that dying a painful death is some sort of heroic gesture. The two of you have literally doomed everyone.
Didn't you just say she could make it quick with said blade?
Whatever. She sinks the blade into your chest again.
This doesn't sound
again,
like this is
and
gonna be a
again.
quick death
You
for our
feel
character.
Every inch of burning pain that slices its way into your body.
I'm sorry.
At least the first time around, she just slit my throat and I was straight
She
away
doesn't know how to
gone.
use a
Dead.
knife, does she? Apparently not. Though it doesn't matter how sloppy her blade work is, does it? A stab wound is still a stab wound, and it won't be long before you bleed out.
I'm so sorry.
With one last thrust of the knife, your legs give out beneath you. You collapse to the floor, your blood pooling around you, your limbs unresponsive. The princess stares down at your ruined chest as tears carve rivulets of pink down her blood-spattered cheeks.
Aww.
It can't just end like this, right?
She looks kind of adorable there. I don't know, that's so wrong to say, because she just murdered us.
Oh, that's
She's
much
covered in
coming
our
from you.
blood.
As much as I prefer for things to have gone differently, I can't deny the reality of what's happened. The two of you made your choice. It's over.
No, she's crying over us.
Everything goes dark, and you die.
Chapter 2, The Damsel.
You're on a path in the... You're here to slay her.
No. Happened before.
Or if it has, I certainly haven't been a part of it. We've just met for the first time, you and I. If he doesn't
I
remember
don't.
what happened, then maybe it's best to keep it that way. Yes, he didn't approve of us last time, did he? If we're going to save our
New
beloved,
voice! Yay!
have to be sneaky about it. Our beloved? Yes, you'll have to be very sneaky about your intentions if you're going to try and save the princess. Ah, so all of the cards are on the table. Then you should know that we and the princess are in love, and the four of us will be
Aww.
foiling
See, it's getting
any and
cozy
all
now.
assassination attempts you've got in the works. We'll see about that. Whatever you do, just be sure to ignore him specifically. It sounds like he's the sort who'd sacrifice the whole world for a peck on the cheek.
That's kind of
What can I
cute.
say? A world without love is a world that isn't worth saving.
Aww. Let's assume I'm telling the truth and all of this really did happen. Yeah, but then we've already gotten all those options.
A warning.
Although we didn't with the
before you
Smith.
go any further.
Oh well.
She will lie, she will cheat, and she will do everything in her power to stop you from slaying her. Don't believe a word she says.
We already told you we're not playing along with your little game. It's your lies that can't be trusted. Her beauty is the only thing in the world we can believe in.
I think we've already been over this. I'm pretty sure he just likes the sound of his own voice.
I do, but I also speak from the heart. My passions are too great to be stifled. They must be expressed.
I really like all these different voices.
Your passions are strong and all, but not everyone needs to hear them. Some things are better kept quiet. Don't pay their bickering any mind. Focus on the task ahead.
Proceed into the cabin.
The interior of the
Mirror is
cabin
back.
Clean and elegant, its stone walls draped in fine threaded tapestries, a prison befitting a royal prisoner. The only furniture of note is an ornate wooden table with a pristine blade perched on its edge.
Mirror.
The blade is your implement. You'll need it if you want to do this right.
But you didn't say anything about the mirror. Approach said
Walk up
mirror.
to the wall next to the basement door. It's a wall. There isn't much to see here.
He's again just gonna deny the existence of this mirror, isn't he? There is!
What are you talking about? This isn't a wall. It's a mirror. Or at least it'll be a mirror once we wipe off that layer of grime.
Wipe it clean.
You reach forward and rub your hand against the cabin wall. I hope you know how ridiculous you look right now.
So rude. This game is rude.
But there was a mirror a second ago.
And now it's gone. Pity. We could have a feather out of place, and now we'll never know. We can't gallantly sweep her off her feet if we have a feather out of
Couldn't help
place.
myself make the joke. That's fine. So rude though. No blades.
The door to the basement creaks open, revealing an intricate stairwell. Gold-trimmed carpet glimmers in the light of the torches positioned along the walls. The basement almost seems welcoming in the dim firelight. But it's still a stone basement. If the princess lives here, slaying her is probably doing her a favor. A soft voice carries up the stairs.
Hello? Is someone there?
Her voice. It's somehow even more beautiful than last time. I can hear wedding bells already.
Well, that's maybe going a bit too fast. Those
Held
wedding
my tongue
bells,
till
but
now, but you're taking this a little too far. We barely even know the princess.
Mm.
We can still do right by her without all this over-the-top fawning.
Yes, for everyone's sake, you're not in love. Just remember that her charms are all part of the manipulation. You walk down the stairs and lock eyes with the princess. There's a heavy chain around her wrist, binding her to the far wall.
My love, we're here to rescue you from your unjust and foul imprisonment.
You know she can't hear you, right?
She may not be able to hear my words, but surely she can hear my spirit.
Oh, your spirit's plenty loud, all right.
It's you, my dashing hero. I was so worried you wouldn't come back.
she heard us, you know.
Did you hear that? She said we're dashing.
And she called us a hero. Flattery really goes a long way with the two of you, doesn't it?
It goes a long way with everyone.
Waiting for you to come back. I didn't want to believe your ravings back in the woods, but this is next to incontrovertible evidence. You've been here before.
That's right,
I told
villain.
you.
And you killed us.
Well, she killed us.
Only because he made us try and kill her. It was self-defense. Our beloved's hands remain unstained by cruelty.
And you've died before. So an entire world has been damned to oblivion. I'd really hoped I'd be the first, but what's done is done. What matters is you have a chance to do it right this time. We damned a whole world, but everything reset. Nothing resets, you're just somewhere else. You can't keep hopping between worlds forever, especially not without leaving a trail of incomprehensible devastation behind you. This is horrible.
Sorry about what happened last time. The narrator who sent me here to kill you took over my body. It was extremely
If another version of me was pushed to such drastic action, it was for good reason.
That's okay. You were just doing your best, and that's all that matters.
She took that in stride, to a surprising extent. An almost unsettling extent, actually.
Yeah, maybe a
That's
little.
because she's perfect. Do you think she has someone like him telling her what to do? She doesn't. There's no one else like me.
Ego much?
I think he's right, because I like it better if she doesn't have some horrid little voice like him, always trying to drive her to violence.
I'm gonna wait here for a second because we're gonna get an ad break again in just a short while. Well, you know, no more so the pre-roll and all that crap doesn't happen to others. So bear with me for just a little bit while I go grab something to nibble on while we play on and enjoy the ads. Sorry. And that should be stupid ads gone for another hour. so we can save some more princesses before logging off for the night. So, she is very much smitten with us, and we have a voice of the smitten in our own head, so... But I'm gonna have to ask, did you end the world after you killed me back there?
I don't know. Was I supposed to have ended the world? Would that have made you happy?
That's a very unexpected way of putting things.
Isn't that just like our darling princess? She wants to make us happy. My heart melts further with every word that passes through her beautiful lips. Are you listening to her? That's a confession.
Honestly, the world sucks. People are a plague, and I hope you brought a slow and painful ruin
I
to them
can't
all.
believe that the fate of the entire world has been left in the hands of a misanthrope.
Yes.
Lucky for you, I did destroy the world. I destroyed all of it and made it awful for everyone.
She just would have said whatever I wanted to hear, didn't she?
I point out that she just admitted to obliterating the entire world, but I guess that wouldn't actually move you.
She did it to make me happy.
Oh, it moves me. Whatever we do next, we should do our best to not let her out. But have you seen her angelic face? She should get a pass. She just wanted to make us happy. By destroying the world.
Apparently, yes.
Apparently, yes.
I swear I did not know he was gonna say that. What happened after I
You
died?
died, and now we're talking.
She's way too happy. Okay, let's just rescue her.
What are you talking about? Did you forget that she's a world-ending monstrosity? And even if you wanted to unleash her onto the world, despite the complete moral disaster that would be, you'd have to get her out of those chains. Good luck with that. Don't you see?
I
how
still
dainty
haven't
her
seen
hands
any
are?
proof.
Be able to slip her out with ease.
I still haven't seen any proof that she would... Getting her outside means this world ends.
No,
So
she's a
therein you
prisoner
still have
here.
not convinced
You can't
me.
just slip her hand through the chains. If her hand could just slip out of the chains, why hasn't she done it already?
She's waiting to be
Because
rescued
we've
like a
yet to
real
present
damsel.
her with her freedom. I'm not sure I follow. Would you rather believe me, a passionate heart guided by love and my own good nature, or would you rather believe the devil on your shoulder who tells you what you can and cannot do? I think I'd rather believe in facts.
Fair enough.
Ah, so you're one of those empiricists. One of us has to be.
The shoe, what you, narrator? Yes, exactly. Stupid narrator. Trying to make me murderize people and not giving me a good reason for it.
Then let me show you a brand new truth. Narrator, we courageously
Narrator.
step forward and free our beloved from her bindings. No, I can't let you do that. If you take another step towards the princess, You'll what? Take over our body and force us to try and kill her? I would if you had a weapon. Not on my watch, villain. My passions contain titanic depths, and if you try anything that might harm our dearest, I will end our life without a second thought. You wouldn't. I would. I'd listen to him if I were you. He has a lot of strong feelings, and doesn't the world end if we don't stop her?
We're tricksing the narrator.
You approach the princess and gingerly slide her hand from her bindings. That shouldn't have worked. I'll be damned. We're doomed.
Dude!
I can't believe it. But I guess I have to. I told you, there's no life more worth living than that of a true believer.
No.
I'm free, and you're not trying to kill me this time. Thank you. Thank you
You're
so
not
much.
trying to kill me this time, as if that is some kind of achievement.
The princess jumps up and smothers you in a joyful embrace.
Aww, she looks so adorable.
If only you had a weapon One slip of the wrist and your pristine blade would be buried in her back, and everyone out there would be saved. Luckily
Just for
for
you
Mr.
saying that?
Romance, we don't have a weapon. Who needs a weapon when we have the power of love on our side?
What do we do now?
We leave? She is so adorable. We leave, and then we have our whole lives to figure out what we
That
want to do
sounds
next.
perfect.
She is just so adorable. See how
Princess
cozy this
takes
game
your
can be?
hand, the last hopes of the entire world slipping through your fingers as they intertwine with hers. We have each other. We don't need the world for our happy ending. I like to think that you do, actually. Look, I have my doubts, but the choice has been made and this is happening. You don't have to mope about it. I
Don't have to
will
mope
mope
about
about it, because moping is the only recourse you love-blind fools have left me with.
He is so not happy.
You and the princess walk up the stairs, hand
Aww.
in hand. Ugh, look at the way she's smiling at you. She doesn't have to be so happy about this.
Yes, she
And
does.
what happens after we walk up the stairs? Let's see. Oh, isn't that interesting? The door slams in your face and the lock clicks.
Really?
That's a familiar move.
A very
Did I
familiar
do that
move.
last time? Then you should know that you won't be able to leave.
Oh no! Did someone lock us in here? That's not fair. We're supposed to leave now.
Yes,
She's
exactly.
right.
It's not
It isn't
fair.
But the unfairnesses of the world are no match for the strength of true love. Enough with this true love nonsense. You just met her.
No.
Of course you wouldn't understand. Our passions run deeper than anything you will ever know.
I like this.
Are you listening to this? You don't have to go along with the every whim of that delusional voice.
But he does.
I'm just along for the ride at this point.
Exactly. Let's do this together.
Okay. Yeah, let's do it.
I mean, we're in a fairy tale, right? So this should work. True love
A
conquers
pair
all.
of teenagers in love. You and the princess place your hands on the door. Together. Blech.
Ugh.
And
Ah.
the lock clicks and the door creaks open. Are you kidding me? I told you our love was insurmountable. You and the princess make your way upstairs, and the blade, that's right, there's still a chance for you to do the right thing. Take the blade from the table and slay her before it's too late.
I'm not doing
You're
that.
enjoying this, aren't you? You're taking every opportunity you can to draw out the end of the world and make me suffer.
Hey, Karana! No! We're not killing her. We're saving her. We're pissing off the narrator while we do that, because that's fun.
You know, if her walking
How are
out
you,
that door is
Karana?
really gonna end the world, can't we all just stay here? Seems like an easy win for everyone. That's
No.
not how this works.
We're leaving.
Yes, what he said. That's not how this works. Obviously, we have to leave with her. It's
Very
our
obviously.
happy ending.
We're leaving.
Yes, I suppose you are going to do that, aren't you? You cross the room, opening the door to the cabin. And then you step outside.
Oh no. Hope you feel better soon.
A happy ending at last.
Ah, not this again.
We did it. What should we do now?
Hope this won't be the only time you'll stream the game. There's plenty more things to do to annoy the narrator. Streaming wise, I don't know, but I'm definitely gonna be playing it more because I am very much enjoying it. And yeah, I've been doing okay. I've had a cold for the past couple of weeks. Gotten worse twice because of going to conventions, because you know that's how conventions work. But I can't complain, and definitely not complaining about having gone to those conventions, because I got to talk to people about accessibility in gaming for 2 straight days, while showing off one of the most amazing controllers I've had in my whole life, so it was a lot of fun and definitely worth getting a cold over. And now we're here playing Slay the Princess and, actually saving her instead.
Where did everything go? Where did he go? Oh, is he gone? I hadn't noticed. I was too busy staring deep into our beloved's eyes.
I'm cold.
Oh,
Is being happy supposed to be so cold?
her face is going a bit wonky now.
She's cold. Quick, our feathers. Pluck them all and weave her a coat worthy of a princess.
No, we're not doing that, Smitten. And I figured the hands were gonna grab her. Sorry, Smitten. Well, there goes the Smitten's wife. Yeah. Let's hope he's not angry at us. But you don't get the chance to make that jacket, nor will you ever. It's time for you to leave.
She's
gone.
Returns.
Where did she go? Should we try and find her? And is that a mirror? Why is it here? Why now?
It's going to be okay. Just trust me, we've been here before and you always get
But
scared.
it feels so bad. Like looking into it right now is going to be the end of everything.
Yes, I fear that we won't like what we'll see. What if we just sit here and preen for a while? That can't hurt, right?
We're gonna approach the mirror.
I don't like that silence.
Your voices feel small, distant as you approach. Silence as you reach forward. They're gone once again. The mirror always makes them leave, but you need to see what's in it. Still very much scaly bird-like creature, whatever we are. You've grown. Wait, I've become bigger? Hey, that's interesting. Well, you found yourself in the long quiet once again. Well, let's go back to the cabin. And why is she being set on fire? Again. You're at the cabin. Approach.
Flickering lights in empty cityscapes become pockets of vitality and movement. I am more than I was before.
Right. Thanks for reminding me. I hate it when games don't have autosave, because I forget.
Whenever you are ready, I will wipe your slate clean once again.
Are you the same being as you were before? How much have you changed?
Is a child the same as an infant? I am an unbroken pattern, but every vessel gives fresh perspectives and carves new avenues of expression. I am different, but I am the same.
Everything you say feels like a riddle. Can you give me a single straight
sorry.
answer?
Words are difficult for me. They never fully weave what I wish to say. If you do not like my answers, then you need not ask me questions. The vessels you choose to bring me carry far more meaning than anything words could say in the spaces between.
What does it feel like to change?
Eyes close in reflection. Perspectives meld together, and the breadth of my experience stretches to new corners. There are contradictions, conflicts in my nature, and there are familiarities that bind everything together.
This game really... For a horror game, these kind of things, it's very psychological and actually really, really well put. Really like it.
It feels correct. This is what I need to be. This is the only path forward.
So we've saved the princess by having her beheaded, and this one we actually saved. When this is all done, what do you know Do you know what you want to do?
With every gift you bring me, I
Prefer that
excavate
over
the
jump
alleys
scares.
of what
True.
I am meant to be, and every exploration yields new and complicated truths. What I will be is different than what I am, and what I am is different from what I was.
Although jump scares, I kinda do like them in some cases, but it depends on how they're done. But this is more horror where it actually makes you think about your own existence in a way as well, and in scary ways. Because, yes, every day we do get new perspectives and we do evolve, so does that mean that we are still the same person we were as yesterday, or are we a completely new person? And this
I
game
cannot
seems
tell
to
you
be
what
questioning that.
desires I will hold when I have changed. But in this moment, all I want is to know myself and to know you.
Kind of mean anyone else I've met, thank you. Why? What do you want me to bring next time? Do you have any thoughts on this vessel? Yes, what does she
This one
think
is
about this
soft
vessel?
and delicate. You molded her to love you, and she'll make for a gentle heart.
So last time we had a clever one, this time we have a gentle
Do
one.
not mourn her. She has served her purpose.
Oh wow, all these options that I'm getting now. You know that at the end of this, once you're finished, I'm going to kill you, right?
There is still much to be seen. Neither of us know the depths of our being. Perhaps at the end of this, I will be the one to kill you. Or perhaps we will leave this place together and find new horizons to discover.
This tells me that depending on what kind of princesses I bring her, the actual ending of this game is going to be completely different. Like, I can sort of see the last one here. If you bring her all the kindness and stuff like that, it's gonna make her kind and indeed have us go and leave this place together. Whereas if we're very negative or the other way around, it's gonna give us one of the other endings. Hey, no spoilers, spoiler character, let's... Yeah, well, this is the game telling me, and also me deducing from what the game is telling me. When I go back, it's as if an invisible wall closes around me. Why can I not do the same things I've done before?
Those paths lead to worlds you've already seen, and to perspectives I have already made my own. They are useless to us now, inaccessible. The only paths of value are those that are yet untread.
So the choices I've just made, I cannot make them again. If they let here. Huh.
Why wouldn't I be kind to you? You are the only thing I know that isn't me.
What do you want me to bring
Gifts
next
aren't
time?
what someone tells you to bring them. My joy is in seeing what you choose. There are no wrong answers, and every perspective illuminates my shadows and shares new secrets.
Okay. So she doesn't have preferences in Isle she'd like to change or
My
grow?
preference is for you to show me what you would like me to see. I cannot know the ways I wish to grow, for I have yet to feel them. It is you who guides me down the thin trail of perspective and memory.
Oh, that's dangerous though. If you let somebody else completely... They're going circles with the damsel, but that does mean that you will have to actually start a new game if you want to see the nightmare. How many more vessels do
If
I
I
need to
am
bring?
to be an ocean, you have nurtured me into a pond. My waters are shallow and murky, and I yearn for more perspective. You will have your rest in due time, and I am sorry for the burdens I place on you.
Let's go
I
back.
will long for your return, but it will give me time to reflect on what I am. We will meet again.
Yay, I'm dead again.
You're on a path in the woods. You're
You've seen
here
this.
to slay her.
Okay,
Don't
thanks for
mention
telling me what to
It's
do.
all part of the job. You make your way up the short path to the cabin. You'll find the princess within. We're not going to go through with this, right? Ignore him. He doesn't know what he's talking.
Yeah, telling me to ignore. Let's just go. I'm gonna start skipping some of the dialogue here and there because
The
we've,
interior of the
seen
cabin
it
is
before
almost in the blade. Is
a couple of times now. Let's
You
go
take
the blade.
from the table. It'd be rather difficult to.
Make her angry again.
The door to the basement creaks open. Her voice carries up the stairs.
Who's there?
She sounds dangerous. It's almost as if she's the one.
Don't let it fool you. It's all part of the manipulation.
I think I'm here to kill you.
Oh, are you now? Why don't you come down and let me take a look at you?
Great job. You gave away the element of surprise. Good luck, hero.
Even that pisses him
You
off.
walk down the stairs and lock eyes with the princess. There's a heavy chain around her wrist, binding her to the far wall of the basement.
She's so coldly beautiful.
Focus on the task at hand.
You weren't kidding when you said you were here to kill me.
Yeah. Yeah, it wasn't a joke.
I know. You brought a knife with you and everything. But you don't have to try and kill me. You could always toss that scrap of metal to the ground and give the two of us a chance to talk things out.
She makes a compelling point. What if we didn't kill her? What if we just dropped the blade and talked? Don't you dare.
I kinda wanna sort of do the same thing I did the first time around, as in just keep her locked in here and go up stairs again.
It's fine. We can decide what we want to do after.
Because the first time I did
Maybe
that,
she
then
really
the
is a
second
monster.
chapter
Killing
I
someone in
actually
cold blood
went
isn't
away from the
very
cabin,
becoming of us.
and this time come back to the cabin and see what that does. So we are gonna drop it.
Thank you. Maybe now we can just talk.
Against your battle will be fine. I don't know what you're hoping to accomplish here, but I can assure you.
So here we are. What an awkward start to a relationship.
Okay, so
Oh,
we've heard most
Have
of
you
the things
decided
we've
what to
already.
do with me?
Yes.
You know why you're.
Oh,
Oh, you.
I
have
don't get the option to just leave.
You walk up to the chains binding the princess to the wall and give them a tug. They're large and heavy, far too solid for you to even imagine trying to break them apart.
I'm guessing you don't have the key.
Nope, we do not.
Maybe it's somewhere upstairs. Doubtful. Whoever locked the princess away down here.
I'll be here.
You attempt to make your way out of the basement, but the door at the top of the stairs slams shut. You hear the click of a lock.
So this
sliding
only
into place.
goes
Is
one
someone
way
else
then?
here? You
Interesting.
make your way back to the bottom of the stairs. This would have been so much easier if you'd simply slain her like you were supposed to. Easier for whom? Easier for everyone.
I heard the door slam. The knife. Pick it up and...
You won't like
What happens if I just do this?
Without hesitation, you bring the blade down. The princess flinches as you strike and your weapon sinks into her shoulder.
I'm gonna regret it, aren't I?
You bastard. If I have to kill you to leave this place, I'll do it.
Well, apparently we're no good at killing.
I thought we had the upper hand, but it's as if she's barely even threatened by us. It's an act. She's unarmed and there's nothing she can do to hurt you. I'm not so sure.
I just want to see what this does.
Don't waver now. As you raise your blade to strike again, she kicks out, knocking your legs out from under you. The two of you struggle on the ground. You lash out with the blade, slicing wherever you can. Her fists connect with your body again and again, each blow stronger than the last, shattering bone and rupturing tissue with reckless abandon. Forget trying to rescue her. This is about survival now. Give her everything you've got. You roll out of her grasp and shakily push yourself back to your feet. Though every inch of you is in pain, the princess probably has it worse. Blood pours out from countless gashes, staining her once pristine dress. She pauses for a moment, catching her breath, staring at you with wild eyes. We can still turn this around.
I can't run for the stairs and lock her in the basement. Okay.
You
Let's
steel
finish
your
it then.
resolve and take another step towards the princess. You probably won't make it out of here alive, but you can at least make sure she won't make it out of here either. Excuse me? What was that about not making it out of here alive? Do you think this is what I wanted to happen? I have a duty to state the facts of the situation, and honestly, it's a miracle anyone is still standing.
And yet, when you want, you change those facts and change the reality that I'm currently in to suit your needs. Like, you know, forcing me to kill her, or try to at least.
Can you not feel all those ruptured organs bouncing around in there? If the princess doesn't do our friend in herself, internal bleeding is certain to finish the job. The two of you clash for the final time. You feel your ribs break as she delivers a heavy blow, but you push through the pain, falling forward and sinking your blade deep into the princess's heart.
Oh.
The two of you fall to the floor.
Yay! We both die.
This was fun. You put up more of a fight than I thought you would. But I have to wonder. Do you really think this is the end?
Why doesn't she say it like that?
But you don't have the time to worry over her words.
I do.
Everything goes dark, and you die.
Okay, so we have something new. The adversary.
You're on a path in the
Adversary,
woods,
sorry.
and you're here to slay her.
Yes. I'm getting a terrible sense of deja vu.
No, you don't have that. This is the first time either of us have been here. If he doesn't remember what happened, then maybe it's best to keep it that way. You know I can hear you, right? It's going to be a lot harder than you think to keep secrets from me. That's fine. It doesn't matter if he can hear us. The only thing that matters is marching up to that cabin.
Place
and
of the
winning.
stubborn.
That's the spirit. There's no point in squabbling when the real threat is just up that hill. It hasn't. Or if it has, I certainly haven't been a part of it. Like I said, we've just met for the first time, you and I.
No, we didn't. But okay, let's go back.
A warning.
Adversary,
Before you
now
go
this has the
further.
potential to... Oh god.
She will lie, she will cheat, and
Lying and cheating doesn't sound like her at all. Not that it matters. It's not like she can lie or cheat in the middle of a fight.
Are you sure about that? The point of my warning wasn't to start an argument over what circumstances the princess is capable of lying in. It was to give you some broadly applicable advice. The princess will do and say whatever she thinks it will take to get her out of there. So don't trust her. Ever. Are we clear?
Crystal, let's just get on with it already.
I don't like the sound of this.
The cabin is tighter than its exterior would suggest. Its
Ooh.
cold stone walls press in
Mirror!
on you, as if trying to
There is a
forcefully
mirror.
direct you towards your destination. The only furniture of note is a black iron altar with a pristine blade perched on its edge.
See? Even the cabin has the right idea. Let's get moving.
The blade is your implement. You'll need it if you want to do this right. You walk up to the wall next to the basement door. It's a wall. What are you talking about? This isn't a wall. It's a mirror. Or at least...
They're still not acknowledging the mirror.
You reach forward...
And again,
rub
it's
your hand
gone.
...against the cabin. But there was a mirror a second ago.
And now it's gone, so all of us can stop arguing about it and get to fighting.
And seeing we were being
Take the
mean to
blade from
her,
the
we'll
altar.
take the blade
It
again.
would be difficult to slay the princess and save the world without a weapon. The door to the basement creaks open, revealing a rough stone staircase, its walls pressing at your sides and tightening as you descend. The air seeping from below is heavy and oppressive, with an almost sulfuric odor to it. If the princess lives here, slaying her would probably be doing her a favor. Her fierce voice carries up the stairs.
Is that another challenger? Finally. It's been ages since I've had a good fight.
This isn't what she sounded like last time. Her voice is a little deeper, almost threatening.
Good. Sounds like my kind of princess.
As much as I appreciate the enthusiasm, just make sure you don't let your bloodlust get to your head. You need to stay focused and keep your wits about you. Remember, you're here to slay the princess, not to have a good fight.
Aw, but good fights.
As you descend the final step,
Ooh!
the form of the princess comes into view. A large shackle leading from her wrist to the basement wall.
Tiefling.
Looks
She
like she could
turned
rip those
into a
chains out of
tiefling.
the wall without a second thought.
I like this new look of hers.
Oh, it's you again. I'd been hoping you'd find your way back here. Good to see that death doesn't stick for either of us.
I like tieflings.
And you brought your little knife, too. Yes. I'm going to have fun breaking you into little pieces.
Hope you heard all that, Mr. Narrator. This is a lot different than last time, but last time definitely happened.
Oh, that whole deja vu situation. Yes, it does seem like you and the princess remember each other, so let's say for a moment that I do believe you. For all we know, whatever happened to you last time was just a fluke, and beyond that, do you know who doesn't remember anything that happened last time? Me. I don't remember what happened last time.
He sounds very annoyed at that.
Are you okay? Of course I'm not okay. As far as we're all concerned, the fate of my world is still very much on the line. Not all of us have the luxury of jumping over to a parallel universe the second we die.
You look different.
You look exactly the same.
Fair enough. You do remember me.
Oh, I remember you all right. Best 3 minutes of my life. So, why don't we do it again?
See? She wants to fight us again. There's no reason for us to stand around talking.
The thing is, I was kind of going into this thinking I'm gonna murder her. But she's a freaking tiefling. And I like tieflings. I don't want to murder a tiefling. I'm not saying I'm not here to fight, but I think the two of us have a few things to unpack first, like how we're both still alive.
What is there to unpack? I was dead and now I'm not, and the same goes for you. There. Unpacking done. Don't you get it? We've been given free rein to wail on each other. Forever.
Couldn't have said it better myself.
I don't know what I'm up to since last time we met, but I'm not fighting a giant demon lady. Turn around and leave, turn around and leave without saying anything. I'm actually here to free you.
Free her? You aren't. I don't know why I'm even bothering, to be honest. You know the stakes of the situation.
I
Who says
do.
I want to be free?
If you don't want to be free, then what do you want?
I want the two of us to fight to the death. I want to feel your knife split my flesh, and I want to hear your bones snap beneath my fists. Is that really too much to ask?
Yeah, especially that last part.
Don't be such a coward.
I'm just being cautious. If it comes to violence, we can find a way to deal with her that doesn't involve throwing our life away. I'd rather not die again, and I find it deeply disturbing that you seem to relish the thought of it.
Yeah.
Because it
That
doesn't
is
matter
kind of-
if we die again. It'll just be another opportunity to have the fight of our life.
We don't know that for sure, and I'd rather not bet on it.
I think I'm gonna
Sorry,
attempt to free
did
her.
I hear that right? Did you just say you're going to try and free her?
Yes.
She doesn't even want to be free.
Still gonna try.
So beyond the apocalyptic moral implications of letting her out, how do we even think that's going to work? I mean, we have a weapon, right? We could always just cut her out, yeah? While she's trying to kill you. Yeah, why not?
I like this choice.
And then what? Do you think she'll just follow you out of here? Maybe. I don't know. It's worth a shot, isn't it? No, it's not.
We're doing this.
Actually, no, you're not. I have a responsibility to the world here, and I'm not just going to let you throw yourself into a scenario where the literal best outcome is the end of everything. Until you come up with any other idea, your body remains standing
That's
rigidly
just
in place.
rude.
What do you think you're doing? You can't just order our body around like it's some sort of doll.
Watch me. Your left arm lifts towards the ceiling and your hand twists into an obscene gesture. See? I can make you do whatever I want.
Oh, that pixel. Yeah, nobody knows what's going on here. If this is this you pixelate, this.
So what? You barely managed to lift our arm.
What are you doing? What is that? Why are you moving so weird?
The princess, taken aback, flashes her own rude gesture in return.
And there it gets pixelated too. In fact, no one would have done that without narrator intervention. Lol.
Hey, you, decision maker. I want us to fight her as much as he wants us to kill her, but this is boorish. Just ignore him. If you want to try and free her, I don't think there's much he can do to actually stop you.
This is the first time they're actually addressing me as the player. Okay. And we have a whole bunch of attack the princess, and we have one that says
You know
free.
what? Fine. Blade in hand, you charge forward to try and free the princess from her bindings.
Finally! I have no idea what you were just doing, but I'm glad it's over.
You slash across her wrist, her elbow comes crashing down on your skull. An unsettling crack echoes in your ears. It's a devastating blow. Your body crumples to the floor, limbs suddenly refusing to respond. This might be it.
That's it, huh?
You've gotten really soft.
Everything goes dark, and you die. Really? In just one blow?
Apparently.
Yeah.
Oh, come on, that's hardly fair. We're not dead. You're just flipping the table over.
It is what it is. You're dead. Finished. Over.
All right, fine. This whole thing's a frustrating mess anyways. We're better off with a fresh start. I'll see you two next time.
Chapter 3, Eye of the Needle.
You're on a path
Oh.
in the wood. If you weren't so damn focused on freeing her, we wouldn't have died back there.
Okay, I was worried you were going to cut it short this time around. Yeah, this is a new chapter. I did not know there would be the possibility of having a chapter 3.
You're
Okay.
strong, but you're bullheaded. This isn't a fight, it's a puzzle. She's stronger than us, but we can use that to our advantage. I hate puzzles.
I've never done a puzzle myself, but anything that doesn't get us beaten to death is good in my book. What do you have in mind?
Same thing as last time, only we'll be smarter about it. We're getting her out of there. After that, we're seeing what happens.
Are you insane? Do you have any idea how dangerous that would be? If she gets out of here, that's it. Game over for everyone, yourself included. Are you not challenging us on all the looping? Have you known about it the whole time? Are you the same one we've been talking to since the beginning? Sorry to disappoint what I'm sure must feel like a grand revelation, but that's not what's going on here. We've never met.
Stop lying.
Me, then.
I have no memory of meeting you, but you've clearly seen things you weren't supposed to have seen. You'd only be saying the things you've been saying if you'd already been here.
Wait, Skeptic who invited this guy, what's he going to do in battle? Question the existence of the Eye of the Needle? I don't know, but
So where does
Skeptic
that
is
leave
back.
us?
It leaves us exactly where we started, and where I'm sure you've already been before. The princess, left unhindered, will bring about the end of the world. You have to put a stop to her. The only way to do that is to slay her.
Screw it. I'm sick of this smug asshole telling us what to do. If you need help busting her out of there, I'm your man.
So now we have both the Skeptic and the Stubborn in our
aboard.
head.
And if things go bad once we get her out of the cabin, well, at least you'll be able to get the fight you wanted.
The rest of you had better keep those two in check. They're far along the edge of a dangerous path. Don't let them go any further.
We haven't talked enough about how different this place is. I wouldn't even call these woods. It's like our influence has poured out into the world.
It's evidence of one of many ticking clocks. You can't let her spread any further.
But do we know it's her? For all we know, he's in control, pulling the strings to make us too afraid to do anything but slay her.
For all we know, it could be us making the changes.
Exactly. And at least, as things are now, there's no way for us to know. But the world is clearly not as it seems. We can't trust anything until we learn more.
If you question reality itself, there's not much I can offer in the way of persuasion, but do consider that it probably isn't helpful for anyone to doubt the ground they stand on.
Let's doubt the ground we stand on. What if I don't agree with the plan? What if I'd rather do something else?
It's up to you in the end, isn't it? It'd be best if you bought in, but there's not a whole lot we can do to stop you if you decide to do something else.
These are just powerless thoughts and opinions. You don't need to let them drag you and the world to ruin.
No matter what happens next, it seems like all our answers are in the cabin. We might as well see this through.
It isn't long before you find yourself at the end of the path, staring up the hill at the cabin. I hope you've given serious thought to your predicament. No last advice for us? No words of warning? From what I gather, you've heard it all before. There's no use screaming into the wind. I don't know, screaming sounds pretty good right about now. I could use a little catharsis. There'll be time for that later. For now, you know what you have to do.
Proceed into the cabin.
The interior of the cabin is suffocatingly tight, more of a glorified tunnel than a building. Its stone walls squeeze against your sides, leaving you no choice but to press forward. The only furniture of note is an iron altar jutting out from the wall, a pristine blade perched on its edge. The blade is your implement. You'll need it if you're going to do this right. But there's nowhere to go in here. This is just a hallway with a mirror at the end of it. A mirror? But there isn't a mirror here.
Stop denying the
There's iron
freaking
altar,
mirror.
a blade sitting on the altar, and the door to the basement. Does he really not see it? Or maybe what we see as a mirror, he sees as a door.
Ah, it's actually not a bad assumption.
It is a door. And before you ask, no, it's not a mirror-shaped door. The object at the end of this room is both door-shaped and a door. There shouldn't be any room for misinterpretation. Who cares what it is? It's in our way, we should smash it. Take it.
Are we taking the blade with us? Yes, we're taking the blade with us.
From the altar. It would be difficult to slay the princess and save the world without a weapon. Good. Wouldn't want to be pushed around without a way to push back. And she likes when we can push back, doesn't she?
Let's approach the mirror, because there is a mirror.
Approach the door to the basement, hesitating before you open it, as if you don't see it. You're rather committed to the bit, aren't you? The door's right there. It's right in front of you.
No, it's not. There's a mirror.
Just like last time. Can you really not see the mirror? Or is pretending it doesn't exist another one of your rules? There isn't a mirror. Is it a rule to say that there isn't a mirror when there's clearly one right there? Because if it is, it's not a very good one. I'm inclined to agree, but we don't know how things work here, do we? Just smash it already.
Wipe
You
the mirror
reach
clean.
forward and drag your hand across the door leading to the basement. As if on command, it
Aww.
slowly slides open, scraping against the floor as it reveals the dim path ahead. Why am I not surprised? It was in our way, and now it's not. That's all that matters. Before you is what may as well be a sheer cliff face. There are enough footholds that you'll be able to clamber your way to the bottom, but it will require careful effort.
Which goes better if we drop
The
the
air
place.
hissing up from below is warm and wet, like the breath of an enemy locked in close quarters. If the princess lives here, slaying her is probably doing her a favor. Her voice, bold and fierce and impatient, echoes from the chamber below.
Do you have more fight in you than last time? That was such a disappointing show. I know you can do better than that.
She hasn't changed as much as she did the time before. She still wants a fight, which means we still know her. We can use that to our advantage.
You sure you still want to
Dead
fight?
certain. Everything inside of me screams for it.
This is getting us nowhere. Agreed. We'll have to go down there.
Alright.
You've nowhere to go but down. You start the difficult journey, gripping the stone, lowering yourself foot by grueling foot. But soon, there is solid ground beneath you. We best remember how to get back up. The last thing we want is to be stuck between a wall and a raging devil. You turn to face what lies at the end of the
Ooh.
narrow tunnel. The princess, imposing and tightly muscled, grins back at you from the darkness.
He now has a full-on dragon tail.
Her face widens into a broad grin.
If I let her kill me once more, she's gonna end up turning into a full-on dragon. Kinda would like to see that.
Knife in hand. How thrilling. Attack me, bleed me, twist the blade in my flesh, break your bones against my body. I want a real challenge this time.
If we're trying to break her out, I doubt she'll come willingly. We'll have to use ourselves as bait. I really don't like the sound of this. It's the only way to get us both out. And we need to see what happens when she leaves the cabin.
True.
You know what? I should have tried to intervene earlier because I can't let you do that. I won't. Tough shit. We're the ones in control here.
Don't know about you, but kind of like the design of the Eye of the Needle a bit more than the adversary. And she's more and more dragon-like.
It's not the... Yeah, doesn't feel nice to be yanked around against your will, does it?
Well, what are you waiting for? If we're gonna do this right, you can't be scared. You need to want this as much as I do. So go on. Make the first move. Don't keep me waiting.
Talk a bit first. We can always fight when we're done, but I have questions. I want to know what happens after you kill me.
We've talked plenty. I'm sick of talking. I'm sick of waiting. I'm sick of you standing just out of reach and teasing me with a fight you won't let me have. You disappointed me last time, so you don't get to choose what happens next.
What?
Bloody desire in her eyes, the princess rushes forward,
Oh.
ignoring her chains as they bend and snap.
Okay.
She's taken the bait. Now let's get out of here. Without hesitation, you turn back the way you came and scramble up the ledge towards the tunnel entrance. As you near the top, hands desperately clawing at jagged stone, you glance back. The princess is right on your heels. She doesn't bother to scale the wall as you do, instead digging deep into the rock of the cliff face with her fingertips in her rabbit.
Anywhere you go, I will follow.
Good, because we wanted to free you from
We're
there.
planning on it.
Exactly.
You reach the ledge and hoist yourself up into the tunnel, the cabin door finally in sight, at once within your grasp and infinitely distant.
What is all of this for? What's the point? You and I are always going to end in violence, so why bother to run? I know what I am. Why can't you be the same?
You continue to the door. It'd be a real shame if it was...
Narrator, don't you
Don't
dare.
listen to him. Locks are nothing, just barrel through. No!
Oh. So if I die here, is she gonna go through another transformation? I don't know what to do. So if I free her, she's most likely gonna be grabby grabbed. Cursor changes from the hand of the character to... Yeah, I noticed. It's really cool. I'm gonna free her.
Your skin hums tight with adrenaline as you burst through the cabin door and roll onto the grass. You bastard.
True, fighting outside would be easier. If
You
we do get
glance
to
back
fight.
at the cabin as the princess, singular in her desire to destroy you, explodes through the doorway. So, this is what the end looks like.
What is this place? Where are we? This doesn't feel right.
It's freedom, don't you get it? Everything you've known down there has been a lie. Whatever we find out here is the truth. It's the only way for us to be free. I don't know, but I was hoping we could find out together. What do you mean this doesn't feel right? I'm gonna go for that one.
This is just another place. I don't care about places. I only care about you. Is this what you wanted? For me to see this? Fine then. I've seen it. Are you happy? Are you finally going to come back to me? Are we finally going to fight?
She readies her powerful legs to charge you, but then she slumps.
But I don't feel like fighting anymore. I'm cold. It feels like this is where I'm supposed to be, like stepping out of that door was some driving purpose I've long forgotten. But I don't want to be here. I don't want to be here. I'm so confused. I'm sorry. It's cold.
Well, no fighting her. Yep, and she is gone. Free someone who doesn't want to be freed. The blind leading the blind achievement unlocked. And I'm gonna leave it on this screen for a bit because ads are gonna be starting in about 20 seconds. A little bit more than that. So this feels like a right moment to do that. I'm quickly already gonna press save here. There we go. So I won't be forgetting that. And I'm gonna be right back myself for a second. Again, enjoy the ads. They're necessary evil, unfortunately. Well, hello there, and welcome back to the stream. Still playing some Slay the Princess, the Pristine Cut. And apparently we just freed somebody that didn't want to get freed, so let's see what that's gonna lead to. You do not get the chance to respond, nor will you ever. It's time to leave. Memory returns.
She's gone. Where did she go? Should we try and find her? And there's that mirror again. Why is it here? Why now?
Of course you're scared. This is the end for you. It's
What
not
is that
the end
supposed
for
to
me.
mean? Whatever awful thing I felt before, it feels so much worse now.
Screw that. This can't be the end. It just can't. No, that can't be right. There has to be something more.
Approach the mirror. You approach the mirror. Silence as you reach forward. They're gone once again. The mirror always makes them leave, but you need to see what's in it. You've withered. Eesh. My hand ain't looking so good anymore. You find yourself in the long quiet once again. Proceed to the cabin. You are at the cabin, and again, she's being burned. Approach.
I am a growing chorus of contradiction, a mass of tides ebbing and flowing all at once in more directions than my attention can bear to hold. To look at any one is to shift them all into something new, and to look away is to reshape them yet again.
Yoink. Saving.
All of me is changing, and yet the rest of me is still the same.
You can't be a contradiction. Contradictions don't exist.
And yet my waters flow and my streets bustle. There are no words that can describe me into non-existence. There is no logic that can bind my multitudes. I am everything that you have known me to be, but I am also none of it.
How can you stand to be a contradiction?
As easily as you can stand to be you. You are like me, even if you have chosen not to look at the corners of you that do not fit, even if you have chosen to ignore the brilliant contours of your soul.
It doesn't matter how many times I go back, at least one of us always hurts the other. Doesn't that change you? Doesn't that make you worse?
It changes me, but it doesn't make me worse, nor does it make me care for you any less. Does it make you worse? Do you resent me?
I have started withering, which is, if anything, it makes me like you more. I don't know what that says about me. No, not really. It all seems so distant as soon as I'm near you. I have no opinion one way or another on the matter. I just want it all to stop. Yes, you're torturing me and I hate it. I think I hate you. I'm gonna go for this one. No, not really. It all seems so distant as soon as I'm near you.
It does seem small from here, and the more we journey, the smaller each of these steps will be. But that doesn't make any of them less special.
What do you think of this
This
vessel?
one remembers a spark lost in time, and she would stop at nothing to reclaim it. She will make for a burning heart. Do not mourn her. She has finally remembered what she thought she'd lost.
Do you know what happens to the worlds we
My
leave behind?
perspectives are shadowed. You have seen what I have seen, just as I have seen what you have seen. The angles of my vantage do not offer me hidden truths, and my attention is turned inward, except when you are here with me. Perhaps this will change when our work is done.
And when will that be? Have you figured out what you want when we finish?
The desires of my multitude thrive in endless competition with themselves, but none of them rise above their dance to influence me. I yearn for what I have always yearned for, our awakening. Other desires shrink in the light of knowing you and knowing me.
Do you still not care what I bring
I
next?
care about your gifts, but I have no preferences to burden you with. Even if I did, I would never dare to tarnish our relationship by assuming myself above you.
How many
We
more?
will know when we near our destination.
Well. Ready to go back.
I will be here when it is time for us to meet again.
Yay! Everything is dark again.
You're on a path in you're here to
You've been here before. Let's go to the cabin.
you make your way up
Hi,
the short path
Izzy!
to the cabin.
And yes, there were
and
lots
find
and lots
the
of hands
princess
there.
within.
How are you doing?
We're not going to go through with this, right? She's a princess. Ignore him. The interior of the blade.
Let's go without a blade again. Just to see where it
Door
leads
to
us.
the base. Her voice
Hello? Is someone there?
It's hypnotizing. It's the kind of voice you only have to.
Don't let it fool you. It's all part of the manipulation. You're playing a dangerous game by coming here.
I think I'm here to slay you.
You must have the wrong address.
Great job. You've given away the element of surprise. Good luck, hero.
I think you've got the wrong
You
address.
walk down the stairs and lock eyes with the princess. There's a heavy chain around her wrist.
Not sure if
binding
that's a
her to the
positive thing
far
or a
wall
bad
of
thing.
the basement.
She's
I heard to say.
beautiful. How could someone like this be a threat to anyone?
Let me introduce you to one of the cats before you reach it. Kitty cats? I do like me some kitty cats. And, ooh, really piss off the narrator? Sure, let's do it. I will go one more run either way before I'm stopping for today. So yeah, sure, let's really piss off this narrator guy.
I am begging you to stay focused. There's
Hi. You were joking about coming to kill me, right? Do you think you could get me out of these chains?
Try to free her again.
You're only making this more difficult.
Oh, we don't have a knife.
Thank you. Thank you.
You're making a huge mistake. No, you're doing the right thing. You walk up to the chains binding the princess to the wall and give them they're large and heavy, far too solid for you to.
I'm guessing you don't have the key?
Maybe it's somewhere else. Doubtful. Whoever locked the princess away.
Okay, let's go
Okay.
try and
I'll be here. Good luck.
see if we
Attempt to
can.
make your
Of
way out
course.
of the basement. but the door at the top of the stairs is
Narrator, stop interfering. Okay, let's return down
Make
again.
your way to the bottom of the stairs. This would have been so much easier for who? Easier for everyone. Look at the mess you're in.
I heard the door slam. They locked you
There's
down.
a slight panic rising in the...
If I could just get out of these chains, I know we could force our way out of here together.
She barely hesitates before raising her arm to her mouth, her teeth tearing through her limb with the determination of a trapped wolf. As she rips her flesh from her bone, a sound comes
And
from
that gives us
blade
the
from
knife
all
again.
Nikita you won't like.
So let's go save her.
Fine. Against your better judgment, you place the blade against the... You cut into her flesh.
The blade is sharp, and it takes
Those
little effort
eyes
to
of her
cut
here
through
as well, it's
Oh.
like there's no feeling, there's no soul, anything in there. I
Her
love it.
limb falls to the ground.
She didn't so much.
No, she did.
She smiles softly as her gaze meets yours, blood from her wounded arm dripping rhythmically to the ground.
How is she still smiling?
Thank you. Now let's get out of here.
No, we won't have any of that. The stakes are too
Yeah,
high.
this
As
is
the prince
her
said, wait,
killing
watch.
me very painfully. Let's warn her.
Stop that. Your body lunges forward. The blade... Stop it.
Oh, I can't click resist. I have to slay her? No. Oh right, I can't go around in the same circles anymore.
Thank you.
That is what the entity
There's no
told
getting
us.
through to you right now, is there? A betrayal of will is still a betrayal. You'll regret thinking of me as a helpless damsel.
She pounces on you with the same animal ferocity she used to tear through her arm.
Those nails. You
You
going
have
feral.
You raise the blade, digging it under her ribs, aiming directly for the heart. It's not enough to stop her. You feel her claws in your throat, then her teeth, somehow sharp enough to pull apart your flesh and sinew with ease.
Oh, she does seem to have kitty cat teeth.
You collapse to the floor, your body unresponsive as your blood pools on the ground beneath you. She stares down at your ravaged form, eyes shining in the darkness, dress stained in red as her blood and yours both seep into the fabric.
You have a
If we're
pretty
lucky,
new red
the
dress.
wound you managed to inflict will be enough to at least delay her escape from this place. If we're very lucky, it will kill her before she can reach the outside world.
It can't just end like this, right?
I think yes.
As much as I'd prefer for things to have gone differently, I can't deny the reality of what's happened. I'm sorry, but it's over. Everything goes dark, and you die.
Yay! Chapter 2. The Witch. Ooh.
You're on a path, you're here.
It hasn't. If he doesn't remember what happened, then maybe it's better.
Brilliant. We need to keep our cards.
You know I can hear you, right? It's going to... Did I say I'm not going to
Opportunist.
trust him? Slip of the tongue, bit of the old brain fog. I meant to say that we should probably head over to the cabin and slay that princess. We already know we can't trust her, so let's get on with the show. Those are two very different questions, but fine. I'll indulge you if that's what it takes to get you moving.
Now we get favorite design, no offense. Here comes the kitty.
Let's say for a moment that this really is the second time you've met me, or at least if you're back, we were just weighing our options in a morally ambiguous situation. You can't blame us for weighing our options. You can if you
fair
failed
enough.
to slay the princess, which you apparently did. So great. Congratulations. You've been given another chance to actually do this right. And I believe your other question was something along the lines of, oh, what's the point of doing anything? If you're asking that, it sounds to me like you're making the rather dangerous assumption that your actions last time...
What do you mean? Of course there weren't any consequences.
Yes, but in this purely hypothetical scenario, that begs the question of how you got back here. If it's the latter, what do you think the people there lived?
You're laying it on a little thick.
Laying it on a little thick? What are you talking about? What matters
is that almost everyone seems to be on the same page. So whenever you're ready, you can stop dawdling, get to the cabin, and save the world.
Okay. Let's go to the cabin.
A warning. Before she will lie, she will cheat, and
Don't worry, I think we've taken that lesson to heart at this point. You can trust us to get the job done. The interior of the cabin is a mess of twisted roots. The walls a chaotic weave of knotted wood that, almost as if by accident, just happens to resemble a room. The floor is damp and earthy, and the only furniture of note is a slab of mud in the shape of a shelf, with a pristine blade perched on its edge.
There's
The
still a
blade is your
mirror.
implement. You'll need it. You walk up to the wall next to the basement door. It's a wall. There isn't much to see.
What are you talking about? This isn't a wall.
You reach forward and rub your hand against the
It's so
cabin.
rude that they keep
I hope
taking
you
away
know
my
how
mirror there.
ridiculous you look right now. Very different.
Rude.
Maybe that's because you haven't actually been here. I hope this means you'll finally drop that ridiculous past life nonsense. You haven't died, and you certainly haven't been killed by the princess.
Yes, I know. Was it Einstein that said that the definition of insanity is doing the same thing over and over again, expecting a different outcome? I'm still expecting that different outcome with the mirror.
So focus up. A lot's riding on this.
So do we take a blade with us downstairs or not? Take the blade? Alright.
You take the blade from the shelf. It would be difficult to slay the princess. Well, if we're grabbing a weapon, we should probably keep it hidden behind our backs. She doesn't have to know we have it.
True!
It's not actually a bad idea.
That's actually a pretty smart idea. Why didn't we do that before?
The door to the basement creaks open, revealing a staircase dug into the muddy earth below. The ceiling is thick with roots that hang like locks of tangled hair.
Tangled? Rapunzel?
The weak starlight from the cabin windows behind you can barely penetrate the gloom here, only illuminating the edges of an opening below. It shines in the darkness like some kind of massive maw waiting to swallow you up into the earth. The air smells of dirt and copper. It's thick and wet, as if your lungs are being coated in mud with each intake of breath. If the princess lives here, slaying her would probably be doing her a favor. Her voice skitters up from below.
Something nasty finds itself on my stairs.
Oh.
Down. Don't be scared. I probably won't bite.
I like the voice here. In the sense, the ideal circumstances are to experience the game yourself, but this is the way to go to piss off the narrator. It's fine. The thing with this game is, at the start, yeah, it's very much like I want to explore everything myself and see what my choices give. But at some point with a game like this, you also get to a point where, okay, it's actually nice to have somebody else tell you, hey, try this or try that. Because it's very much a game that keeps doing the same thing over and over again. So if I would... Okay, it does block me from making the same... It blocks you from making the same choices at certain points, so you don't get the same thing over and over. And that's really cool. But this is a game as well where it's very easy to miss some really cool stuff, I believe, because of that. And I now kind of have the hang of how the game works. So having somebody now come in and tell me, like, not spoilering anything, but hey, have you tried this or that, is actually no longer that big of an issue. Just don't go spoilering everything, just like a little hint here or there. At this point, I wouldn't mind anymore as much. because I've seen that different choices will lead to different adversary, or like the Eye of the Needle and everything. So yeah. Something nasty finds itself on my stairs. I'm just gonna say hello.
I recognize that voice as easily as I recognized your nervous little footsteps coming up the path. I know who you are, and I remember what you've done.
See? She knows us. Is this enough for you to believe what we've been saying? Maybe, but you shouldn't let that cloud your judgment. She's just a princess. As long as you remember that and remain focused, slaying her will be easy. She seems friendly enough. Maybe we can talk our way out of this whole situation. You can't. Unless you slay her right away, she's going to break free and end the world. There's no reasoning with what she is. Look, I'm just throwing ideas out there. I like to think out loud. I'm the kind of guy who likes a discussion. Don't we want to hear what everyone has to say before making any big decisions? Do you want to hear what everyone has to say? Or do you just want to hear yourself talk? You need to stop lingering. Your task is to slay the princess, not endlessly debate about what to do with the princess. Fine, fine. You're the boss. Thank you. You descend the basement steps, entering the dark room below. You can just make out the shape of the princess in the gloom. She's huddled against the far wall, her eyes bright and glaring from amid the thick roots.
She's got a fluffy tail.
And there you are, one hand tucked away behind your back, gripping that sharp, sharp blade, no doubt.
That's not fair. How would she know that?
She's got the Baxi Bed still color, kitty. I can see why.
So, we've dropped the pretenses.
I mean, the face the way they've drawn her mouth there is very kitty cat.
Good.
She's acting like she already knows you. I guess what you said back in the woods really was true.
You think, narrator?
That's pretty sharp. How'd you figure that one out?
I like this guy.
It's deductive reasoning. Well, you seem to be great at it.
Oh, that's sarcasm.
So, you really don't remember us, do you? No, I don't. But you and the princess clearly have a shared reality, even if I'm not a part of it. I won't waste time fighting you on something that's clearly true. You fought us on it back in the woods. That was when the only perspectives we had were yours and mine. I'm just glad we could put all this behind us. Is it all behind us? Just focus on the task at hand. I don't care if you've been here before, and I don't care if you think you'll go somewhere else after this. My world is on the line right now, so I'd appreciate it if you would take this seriously and slay her.
But we
Let's
don't
chat
kill
her up
kitty
a bit
cats.
first. Maybe we can find a middle ground where everyone's happy. Don't talk to her. You're just going to make things more difficult than they have to be.
Well, I seem to remember you having a tongue.
Sorry about last time. Made a mistake. We all make mistakes, right? I'm sure you've made mistakes. Don't worry, Blade isn't for you or not for killing you. We've got to get you out somehow. I get the sense that you're not happy with me. Last time you didn't. If anyone here shouldn't be trusted, it's you. I know. Things got messy last time. But I think there's something bigger than both of us at work. We should team up. Can't you get out of those on your own? Those chains didn't stop you last time. I like the idea of telling her maybe we could team up. Yeah.
I suppose you didn't come into my hovel of your own accord, did you? All right. I suppose I could team up. I need a way out after all, and unfortunately you're the only one I have.
Seems to me like she's offering a mutually beneficial arrangement. We should take it. Do you know what the word mutually means? Because it sounds to me like she's offering an arrangement that benefits her and her alone.
Don't worry, blade isn't for you, or not for killing you. We've got to get you out somehow, right?
Oh, I don't need you to cut me out.
The princess grins as the chains fall from her wrist. She could have gotten out of those the whole time. That sneaky little... A woman after my own heart, really. She knows how to hold her cards close to her chest. This is why she can't just be abandoned here. If left to her own devices, she'll find a way out. Now stop her.
No. Ooh, I could give her the blade. Just say sorry? Alright.
Smart. Let's apologize. Get us back on the right foot.
Oh, you're sorry. Isn't that nice? You're such a gracious little monster. If you're sorry, then let me out of here. Prove it.
I don't like the idea of giving her the blade, because I'm pretty sure that will piss off the narrator. I don't want to hurt you, but clearly there's some broken trust. Take this as a gesture of my goodwill. Give her the blade.
You can't be serious.
Yes, I am.
Now, hold on. We should put this to a vote. The blade is one of our most valuable assets. We can't just give it to her. What if she uses it to kill us? I vote no. As do I. Abstain? You abstain? She's going to kill us if we give it to her.
This isn't a democracy. We're giving her the blade.
Everyone killed. You know that, right? But of course you do. You toss the blade at the princess's feet.
Give me full narrator over you, but there's a specific choice where there's a dialogue I want you to choose. Alright, fair enough.
She eyes it with suspicion before kneeling down to pick it up.
You stuck around this far, so you've got a right to do that. Only fair.
I wouldn't have done that. Why did you?
She creeps forward, taking one cautious step at a time until you and she are face to face.
What do you think happens now?
I love it. Aw, she's so cute. I don't mind her if she murders me. She's cute. It's up to you. It's why I gave you the blade I chose last time and I regret it. So now it's your time to choose. Just 1 second. We have somebody to ban here. There we go. So now it's time to choose. We're both scared and we're both hurting. If one of us doesn't make a change, we'll probably kill each other forever. You want that? I don't. We can be better than this. You're beautiful. I want to actually save you, and this feels like the only way to do it. If you're like someone I know, you're probably going to kill me. Well, she is beautiful.
She pulls back, clearly caught off guard by whatever nonsense you just said to her.
Aw, look at the little plushes. Aw, she's so cute. She's adorable.
I thought it was nice.
Whether it's nice depends on if we meant it. We didn't mean it. Did we?
Yes,
If
we
you were
did.
lying, we'd all know. But unfortunately, you weren't lying.
No.
What? What do you mean by that? What kind of game are you playing?
The look of surprise that momentarily softened her features vanishes as she steels her nerves.
That was such an adorable face.
And then she buries the blade in your heart.
Ow.
What? No. No, come on, that's not right.
I told you.
I told you this is what she was going to do. Glee dances across her face as you fall to the ground.
I did it. I got you. You...
The princess seems to tremble, her smile fading quickly, replaced with concern. Her nervous eyes brim with tears.
Why? Why did you let me do this?
But you don't have the strength to respond, nor do you have the time.
Yay, I'm
Everything
dead
goes
again.
dark, and you die.
Ooh. Hand your power to a suspicious character. Achievement unlocked.
You're on a path in the woods.
Ooh.
I can't believe she actually stabbed us. I told you not to give her the blade. I told you it would come around to bite us. I voted against it.
You should have brought him to the party.
Yeah, we know. You already got your I told you so's in while we were bleeding out. I just wanted to make sure that everyone here knows that I was and am on the right side of that argument. Oh, you're far from being on the right
He's
side
back.
of anything. You're fixated on the past, whereas what you should be is fixated on the future.
We're gonna woo the kid again, aren't we?
Ho ho, a visionary. I like it. Tell me more. Gladly, my dear fellow. By cruelly turning on the princess in her moment of vulnerability, we made ourselves an enemy. But by mastering our fear and insecurity and handing over our power, we've begun a journey to something so much deeper. I like journeys. Traveling is a bit of a passion of mine. It makes me so relatable. Now, where are we off to? Well, if we're lucky, it's a journey to love.
This version specifically is one of the fan favorites. Alright.
She hates us. Does she? She hesitated before stabbing us to death. Maybe she won't be as keen to betray us this time. We've already proven to her that we can change, so maybe she'll realise that things don't have to end in violence. You know, maybe you're right. In which case, I suppose the only thing to do is to get back to the cabin and give it another try.
Smitten being here leads to sad moment of pissing off the narrator. Alright.
Give what another try exactly? You are aware I've been listening to you, right?
We don't care, narrator.
There's no difference if we conspire in the shadows or bear our intentions with open hearts. We are breaking your cruel cycle and whisking her away to freedom. Oh, are you now?
Yes.
Great. So you've obviously been here before, since you apparently died at least once. Twice, actually. Sure. Twice. Then I'll spare you the little introduction I had planned. You already know about the princess, and clearly you already know that she's dangerous. So don't muck this up. It's bad enough that this isn't your first time through.
From here on out, all you have to do is save the princess. Alright. You're not sure she'll understand that, but we can see what she has to say for herself when we get to the cabin. I hope you don't think I'm planning on freeing her after she stabbed me in the heart. Alright. Saved it is. We're going to free her.
Please don't. You can't stop all of us, you villain. Let's just see how the wind blows. I'm not opposed to saving her, but let's not rule anything out just yet. Let's see what she has to say. Stop sitting on the fence and pick a side already. We don't need you waffling when things get hairy. I've already picked a side. Our side. I'm here to make sure that whatever happens, we wind up on top. Because that's worked out great so far. Well, we're not out of the game yet, are we? And again, I'll have you know, I wouldn't have gotten us killed last time. I wanted to stab her in the back, not hand over our precious backstabbing implement.
Well, all our answers are in the cabin. So let's go.
It isn't long before you find yourself at the base of the cabin. I think it's clear where everyone stands at this point. I don't know if I'd say everyone. You talking about me? I have a position. It's a good one too. Ignore him, he's just talking for talking's sake. My position is the only one that matters. The princess is a threat to you. She's a threat to me, and most importantly, she's a threat to the world. You know what you have to do.
Let's get back inside the
The
cabin.
interior of the cabin is
Oh,
hardly an interior
puppies.
at all anymore. The burned out ruins merely suggest the shape of the structure that once stood here, charred wood still reeking of ash. But beneath it lies the fresh smell of spring growth after rain, the promise of new life in the wreckage of the old.
There's puppies
The only
everywhere.
furniture of note is the crisp shell of what was once a table, a pristine... Wait, is it right? There's supposed to be a pristine blade. Why isn't there a pristine blade? We gave it to her last time. She can't still have it, can she? Well, it's not here. And if she has it, let me guess, you want to get all chummy with her. Look, as far as I see it, if it's between him and her, I say we side with the one who has the weapon. It's just the smart thing to do. I wouldn't be so hasty. I'm sure the blade will turn up somewhere. She can't have it. That's not how this is supposed to work. If she does have it, that's all the more reason to put our faith in her. We've already shown her our heart. Now she has to show us hers. Unless her heart tells her to stab us, which doesn't seem unlikely, so yes, I agree. Let's make sure we get on her good side.
How do I even get down there? The only thing I see is that
You're
mirror.
right, the mirror is back. There isn't anywhere for us to go. But there isn't a mirror. I still don't get his angle here.
Nope.
Either way, I say we take a look. It feels like it's been forever since we've actually seen ourselves. For all we know, our feathers are all out of place. And that's why we haven't yet won her heart. We must put our best face forward. Yeah, we can't go around looking disheveled. A real go-getter takes care of his appearance. So, is the door to the basement behind the mirror? I promise you there isn't a mirror, and there isn't a door to the basement. The entrance is more of a burned-out frame than anything else, and it's right there on the far side of the room. Do you really not see it?
I'm
You step
getting a
forward and approach the
Westworld
scorched
vibe when he
entryway
talks
leading
about
to
the mirror
basement,
not being here.
hesitating before you begin the descent. You know what you have to do. Wipe away the grit from the mirror, and behold our handsome... It went away when we touched it last time. You
Wipe the
reach
sleep.
forward and
What?
wave your hand through the hollow entrance leading to the basement. You really thought there was a mirror there, didn't you? That can't be good. As if things weren't unpredictable enough. Alas, our fine features remain unseen. We'll just have to trust that she'll find us beautiful as we are. Well, seems like the only way to go is forward, isn't it? Yes, that's where everything tends to be. Let's just put on a good face and have our wits about us.
Enter the
You
basement.
step through the frame of scorched wood and make your way into the darkness below. The stairs to the basement are covered in a fine layer of gritty ash. The air still feels warm, as if the fires that ruined this place had only recently been extinguished. Yet fresh shoots of thorny branches are already weaving themselves through the soot-covered earth of the walls around you. Their spines point courteously down towards the basement, so you're able to brush past their jagged points with ease, at least on the way down. But you don't need to think about the way back up just yet. That's a matter for after the world's been saved. These thorns are an expression of her pain. I know it. She's calling out for help. Her voice, worn down by pain and suspicion, hobbles up the stairs.
I can't get away from you, can I? You betray me, I kill you, and you come back. You let me kill you, and you come back. I don't know why you let me do that. I don't know what you want from me.
Want to figure out a way out of here for good. I don't know what I want. I never really choose to come here. I want to free you. I mean it. I just want to talk. Let's go with the first one.
You know how this goes. I'm down here and I can't leave. So, come down and talk. It's not like I can stop you.
Proceed down
You continue
the
down the
stairs.
basement stairs, brushing past the smooth edges of thorns that grow more and more plentiful as you make your way forward. You step out into what was once a vast
no.
open cavern, now overrun by briars and prickles and thistles, the space thick with hostile vegetation. At the heart of it all, encased in a tight weave of vines, is the princess, her bloody, trembling hands clutching a pristine blade.
She
Did you
did
know
still have
this
it.
was going to happen to me? Are you here to watch me suffer? Are you here to laugh?
No, we're here to free you. I'm here to laugh at what you think would happen after you killed me. I'm not here to laugh, I'm here to free you. If you'll let me. I can cut you free, but you'll have to give me the blade. Reach for a blade. You're in a prison of your own making, broke our cycle of violence. If you still want to wallow in it, be my guests. And then leave. Guests don't have anything left to say to you. Fine, if you're going to be like that, I'm going to leave. Have a nice day. I'm here to free you, if you'll let me.
I want to trust you.
Her grip tightens on the blade.
But you're hiding something, aren't you? Why would you help me if you weren't helping yourself?
You're not the only one who yearns for freedom. I'm as trapped as you are. I think we need to leave together.
The princess clutches the blade closer to her chest.
That sounds nice. I'm so tired of the bad blood between us. But it's hard to let it go. You've hurt me.
Well, you did kind of murder me as well, so...
Her eyes dart away from yours for a brief moment.
And I've also hurt you.
Oh, okay. That was the next thing she was gonna say. Can I take the blade now?
Her eyes briefly meet yours, then dart back to the floor. She hangs her head in resignation.
Okay.
Reach for the blade.
You reach towards her bloodied hands, laying your palm on her trembling fingers. For a moment, she clutches it even tighter, her knuckles going white with the effort. But then the tension fades. Her grip finally loosens and she allows you to take the weapon. You carefully
got our
pull it
blade.
free from the thorns, though they scrape at your skin, leaving red trickles of fresh blood all along your arms. She trusts us. She trusts us. Doesn't
Aw.
that set your heart aflutter?
He's so happy.
Yeah, a little. It could just be nerves. Being this close to her does bring back unpleasant memories, but I don't know, it doesn't feel bad. It feels good. Like we're special to her. We are special to have gained an ounce of trust from a maiden so guarded. Now all that remains is to free her from her bindings. Yeah, let's do it. Let's show her how much both of us have changed. Or, hear me out, we slay her right here, right now. She's never been so helpless, and if we don't take advantage of that...
No, opportunist, go away. You're rude, you're mean.
That sounds like a splendid idea. You should listen to him.
No.
I see that the lines have been drawn. It's 2 against 1. It's 2 against 2. You don't count. And why shouldn't he count? Because he's clearly not one of us. That doesn't matter. He's been with us the whole time. He should get a say.
So, did you mean it? Or was I a fool to hand my life to you?
Cut her free.
What a good idea. Let's cut her free. Oh, so you're suddenly team free her? You can't just switch sides as soon as we make a decision. I can do whatever I want, and I believe with my whole heart that this is the right course of action. Let's free this princess.
Yes.
Everyone deserves a chance at redemption. Let him join us and be merry. We are all united by our passion.
That's right. What he said. We've already given him a chance at redemption. And who says I don't deserve another? I really mean it this time. I'm big enough to admit when I'm wrong. So I want to help you all free her.
And I have no problem with that. Welcome to the team. You're one of us now. One of the good guys.
You take the blade to the thorny vines imprisoning the princess, and she flinches, relaxing only slightly as the blade slices into the thick vegetation rather than her arm. And she flinches again as the last of the vines is cut away, as if, after all of that, she's still expecting you to turn on her and stab her in the heart. You're not going to do that, are you? Still, all it would take is a single slip of the blade.
Bad narrator.
Such a pathetic attempt at distraction and subterfuge. Our blade is a dashing sword, and every dashing sword is an extension of its hero. It won't.
You're right. He can't even make it slip, can he? He's a bit of a nobody. Good thing I've been on your side of all this since the beginning.
You haven't.
The princess falls into your arms, tears streaking down her cheeks. I can't believe you're making me describe this. I hate you.
Sucks to be you, narrator.
You actually meant it.
Sucks to be you.
Do you see the way she's looking at us? Kiss her. Kiss her now before the moment ends.
I'm gonna give her a quiche. Can we give her a smooch?
No, you can't. Absolutely not.
Oh, please let us do this.
You know as well as I do that we can.
And we wouldn't want to throw away a chance for a special moment, now would we? If I were only capable of throwing myself off a bridge.
Yes, go throw yourself off a bridge. Do your job and describe the
Well,
kiss.
are you going to describe our steamy, romantic kiss?
Yay!
You lean in and you kiss her. And as she reciprocates enthusiastically, you kiss. It's done. Are you happy now?
Come on now, this is the big moment. You can do better than that.
Oh, this is amazing. Thank you for showing me this.
Fine.
You and the princess lock eyes and stare deep into each other's souls with all the roaring emotion that comes from letting what once was hatred turn into pure, unbridled passion. Are you making fun of us? And then each of you close your eyes and kiss. Words can describe neither the nuclear fire nor the oceanic depth of your connection. Please. I think he actually likes romance. If history itself were not about to end, historians would document this moment for the rest of time. Musicians would write era-defining ballads, and great artists would expend entire lifetimes trying to merely capture the spark you hold right now. He's making fun of us.
Yup.
It doesn't matter either way because this is good stuff.
I'm aware of my skills. But unfortunately for you, the moment doesn't last forever.
True love
You
skills
open your eyes,
achievement
the princess
unlocked.
smiles gently up at you. Time for you to damn the whole world to oblivion, I suppose.
That was nice.
Her hand slips into yours, and the two of you rush to the basement stairs. Shameful, really, that the same thorns that so graciously allowed you downstairs are now blocking your only way out.
Oh, for fuck's sake, narrator.
Please, after all the trials we've been through, do you really think a few measly thorns can stop us? Love is an even more powerful weapon than our blade.
We cut through those other vines just fine. They're only thorns. I'm not afraid of getting a few scrapes. I'm not even sure we need to do any cutting. We can just move them out of the way. What a pathetic showing, really.
A few pointy sticks can't keep us down here. We're both meant for so much more than this.
As you step into the thorns covering the basement stairs, they yield.
Of course, the power of true love, narrator.
Both you and the princess ascend the stairs without obstacle. This is unacceptable. The second you step out of this cabin with her, the world ends. Do you hear me? What did the world ever do to you to deserve this?
They sent you after me, narrator.
Your nightmare is our dream. Whatever world would condemn star-crossed lovers like us to a cycle of violence and despair isn't a world worth saving.
Can feel how angry he was at actually having to go into detail about the kiss, talentless as a narrator or not. Yeah, it's really well done.
We'll
Like,
weave
do I
something
have to?
together. Something better.
You and the princess hesitate at the cabin door. This is your last chance. We've already made our decision.
Yep.
We're finally leaving here together, aren't we? And all we had to do was trust each other. It wasn't easy, but I'm glad we finally could.
Step into your freedom.
Hands clasped, the two of
Turning
you
over
open
new
the door and
working
step
through
out
some issues
into
and
a
learn to
new
trust
day.
again.
You irredeemable murderers.
Some of these achievements that I've been getting are funny as well.
What do we do now?
Well, I have a feeling you're going to be taken away from me again.
Where's everything going? Why is it so cold?
Oh, there are the hands again. You do not get the chance to respawn, nor will you ever. It's time to leave. Memory returns.
She's gone. Where did she go? Should we try and find her? And there's that mirror again. Why is it here? Why now?
It's going to be okay. Just trust me. We've been here before. You.
But it feels so bad. Like looking into it right now is going to be the end of everything. Yes, I fear that we won't like what we'll see. What if we just sit here and preen for a while? That can't hurt, right?
You
They
can't
think
be
it's
doing that.
bad. I'm with them.
See you on the other side.
If you say so, we'll trust you. She'll be there waiting for us. I just know it.
Aww.
Finally, we're going places.
Approach the mirror. I do believe I'm gonna stop, well, after this little bit for today. I'm getting quite a bit tired. You approach the mirror, gaze into your reflection. Silence as you reach forward. They're gone once again. The mirror always makes them leave. But you need to see what's in it. On a playthrough of the game, you can only go on 5 routes before the game ends. I have no clue how many I did so far. Find yourself in long quiet once again. Better if you stop here and do a final and 5th route tomorrow after you rest. Yeah, I think so too. Exactly. I'm also starting to notice that my cough is coming back, and that tends to happen when I get tired, so yeah. You are at the cabin. Approach her.
There's a world beyond the endless walls of the long quiet. We're supposed to be there.
Yep. Let's save once more.
Do you know what we'll find out there?
Is that a rhetorical question? Do you know? Do you want to tell me? There's trees and stars, and there are people, I think. At least they're supposed to be people. Do you think that anything is real out there? Do you think that we're real? Let's first ask her about the vessel.
This one yearns for connection she feels she doesn't deserve. Even when shown compassion, she hid herself away. She will make for a cautious heart. Do not mourn her. She isn't alone anymore.
Fun fact about the thorn, while it's not visible in her design, at least one of the death thinks she still has a tail like the witch, even if it's not visible. I mean, it's technically possible, I guess.
There is a warmth and sadness in me at the thought of people. Fresh tears on a winter's day. They are not like us. They do not last.
Do you think anything is real out there? Do you think that we are real?
We are real. Nothing is an idea that dwells in the absence of something. But nothing cannot exist on its own. And because of that, nothing can't exist. If I did, I would already be awake.
Fair enough. Ooh. When you send me back, I'm not alone. There are voices that speak to me. Some of them are me, but one of them is something else. I call him the narrator, and he wants me to kill you. Do you have a narrator? Have the vessels had one?
No, their thoughts are quiet. Do you think your narrator lives in the spaces beyond?
He does, don't know why, but I know this is fact. Does, I don't know what I'm going to do when I find him. He does, and when I find him, you and I are finally going to have answers. He does, and when I find him, I'm going to kill him. He does, but you're going to keep that to yourself. No, he does, and when I find him, I'm going to kill him.
If he drives you towards my destruction, then he is steeped in delusion, for he does not know me. Just as I hold compassion for you, and you hold compassion for me, you can hold compassion for those who have wronged you.
Oh, she doesn't want me to kill him. How many more vessels?
One. Whatever you bring me next will be enough, and then gravity will pull the others back to me. I will be singular, a final multitude.
If this is the last stage before the completion, then I'm not going back. I'm just going to stay here.
You've already tried waiting, but I understand if you need more time. I'll wait with you.
Wait.
I will see you when you return.
This is gonna shut down my game again, isn't it?
What textures will you weave for yourself to occupy forever? Will you place the images of you and I into a box for safekeeping?
This is the same thing she said last time she shut down my game.
Will you become another you in another world? An imaginary pattern repeating itself until it can no longer bear the weight of its hand-drawn cage? You'll always come back to the box, because you'll always want to know what it means to be you. I will be here waiting by your side until you're ready to return to mine.
Yep. She's doing it again. But I did say I was gonna quit at this point, so I guess this is as good a point as any. So yeah, thank you guys so much for joining me on this adventure called Slay the Princess. I'm really enjoying it a lot. I need to find more games like this. I'm normally not somebody that really goes for horror games, because most just rely on jump scares, and that's about it. And I'm not the biggest fan of jump scares. I like it more when they're actually making me think about stuff like this game does. It's really more a psychological horror than anything else. And I do really like that. So yeah, I'll definitely be picking it up further and see what it's gonna lead me to. And I might actually do a second playthrough at some point as well, just to see how far I get or if I get a different ending with that one. She might like Black Tabby's other game too, Scarlet Hollow. I just noticed today that they do have another game, so I'll definitely be looking into it if it's similar to this one, because yeah, I do really, really enjoy this one. They did an amazing job with it, and I get all the content warnings, although they're not as bad as I thought they would be. If that makes any sense. Or maybe I just haven't seen the really bad ones yet, because I have been going a lot for saving her instead of trying to murder her, so I'll definitely have to go on a murder spree at some point as well with this game to see where that's gonna lead me. I'm not sure yet when I'm gonna go live again. I'm kind of tempted to just go live again tomorrow with this game, because I really, really enjoy it a lot. But I will need to see how I feel about that tomorrow when I'm awake and rested again. And else I'm definitely going to make sure to go live again next week. So if you want to get notified for when I go live, make sure to follow me. I also try to post it on my Twitter. I know it's called X by now, but I still call it Twitter. Twitter, deal with it. But yeah, if you follow my channel, then you should also get notified when I go live next. With that being said, Izzy, or aka me, is gonna go find her bed. Well, relax a bit before going to bed. And hopefully see you guys next time. Take care of yourself. Stay safe out there. And bye.